So we're good. Hey, everybody.
Hi, welcome. Glad to have you all here again.
We're just, as normal, doing our sound checks, video checks, online checks, all that kind of stuff. So we'll be just a moment here as we're doing all that. So, as you all know, it's a fun production doing all this. I say fun for me and Jim when we get to watch Kelsie and hear the stories with Tanya and Abe on the back end. But I think it's nice. We have a nice kind of stage here. Nice open room. Many of you already know who used to come here in person when we were doing that, but those of you who don't, I mean, obviously we've got a nice backdrop and nice open room and space here to do all this. It's worked out really quite well. So Kelsey's making just a little bit of camera adjustments so that we're all framed in a good space. Is that about right, or do you need a little more? What? I don't know what you're asking, Kelsie. So, wow. So those of you, before Kelsie comes and does some announcements, we're all kind of in a meditative space over here still. I'm kind of sleepy, and Kate and Kelsie here, it's nice, laid back. Nice meditation this morning for those of you who joined in. And for those of you watching, if you haven't done the morning meditation with Kelsie from 9 to 11:30 a.m., check it out sometime. It's just a nice way to make a day of being in the spirit like this. And we do it every time, and I'm kind of still in the space. It's just a very peaceful, nice, quiet space today. That peace be still.
It's a lot like a retreat energy.
Yeah, it does feel like that. That's a lot of the reason why we began offering, besides several people asking if we could do a morning meditation, was to literally create more like a day-long space for people who wanted to have kind of like a day retreat like that, to create that. And man, that's why we do that in all of our retreats that we do. That's why we meditate in the morning, literally the same hours like Kelsie did and does every Sunday, is for that reason, so that we literally spend 10% of the day, 2.5 hours in meditation to start it.
Yep.
And then have a nice hour and a half for lunch break and come back for afternoon sharing and Q&A. Just makes a nice day of it. And that's why we do it. This is the kind of stuff we would do ourselves anyway. I don't do it as much. Before I was more of service in ILM like this, I used to spend probably almost every weekend, actually, I would do this.
Yeah.
Literally. Sometimes both Saturday and Sunday. So I was definitely a diehard. I guess I am now. That's why I had to, get a job doing this. Are you ready? All the sound checks good? And Kelsey's going to come and do her announcements, and she's going to stand here today. I'm too lazy and tired to get out of my chair today to let her do it. So
I have no idea if they can see me, but
can you see her in the frame there, Kate?
I will.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll sumo it.
You can lean. You can put your hand on us.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the live broadcast with Jim and Brian. Just a few announcements. One thing we want you all to know that Brian's extremely excited about is you can stream CDs on ilm.org now.
Yeah.
Yay! So
I have been wanting that literally for years, and we this week got it done.
yes, so if you go to the CD section on ilm.org, not only can you download them now, you can stream them online. So go
Woohoo!
check that out.
For real. I literally am one who just loves to stream right off the internet, off the websites, and not have to download anything. So now we can do it.
With all the
And
CDs.
you can still download too. You can download the CDs or just push play, and they play right off the website. So
yay. Know that that's happened.
big yay.
Check that out. Some people, handful of people have asked about the Laugh classes. How can they listen back? If you've attended, you're welcome to ask me and I can share it with you. And we are creating a Laugh class section in the self-study section of the website. So Once we get that page up, I will start posting all the Laugh classes there, minus the Q&A. So if you want Q&A, you have to be at the class. But you will be able to listen to the meditation and talks from the Worldwide Laugh class. So give me a month to a month and a half-ish, but that should start rolling out soon. So lots of still developing and building out this website, so enjoy it.
And we're going to keep adding new things, just like Kelsey's talking about today. We've got some ideas and things in the work that over time we'll hopefully on a quarterly basis, we'll see. No timeline really, but we've got ideas that we'll roll them out, time to time to always be adding new things to the website and just continuing to expand more of what we offer, because I know we do quite a bit. And that website we literally are building out so that whether you attend a live event like we're doing today or a recording of a live event like today, but just a lot more offerings. And we're working on a few other things too that I'll just let linger in the air for surprises down the road. So
Yeah, down the road.
but one of the
road.
my two things like Kelsey's saying today though, I am so excited about, because I've been wanting that with the CDs for a long time, to be able to just push play and stream them. It's so wonderful. I've been listening to them this week. We just set it up a few days ago. So get on there, check it out. And again, adding this new section under the self-study for the Laugh work courses, we're going to add the new, like Kelsie just said, I know I'm being redundant, but I am really excited about it all, to add the Laugh classes that Kelsey's been doing every month now as well on there. So that is exciting.
That is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there should be a Laugh Course 8 in the Laugh courses very soon as well.
I was just going to say
So
where we're at with that.
I know Europe wants to do Laugh Course 8, and so they put in a special request. So I'm going to try and get that up very soon from the initiate-only retreat. If you are an initiate, you still have access to it on the cloud through Zoom, so you can watch it there. Yeah. But to make it available for everybody, that's my next project. So so we're building this out. It's exciting.
So in other words, what we're doing is taking Kelsey's presentation from our last initiates retreat that she did with the Laugh program, with all the slides and literally the downloads, the PDFs or whatever, so that you can actually do it as an exercise anytime you want. That retreat, doing that was literally a life changer for a lot of people. Whole new way that we presented things that just took it to another level for a lot of people. In fact, I already know a lot of people are still in process and actually utilizing it to this day over and over. Do you need some help there?
Yeah.
So that we're going to make, again, that's another one of these things we're going to just continually making available and to support everybody in doing this, so that, because I know a lot of you that are diehards like me, that not only do you attend all the live events, but you just can't get enough, so you want to go to the website and utilize what's on there. And there's a ton of stuff on there now, so it's exciting.
Okay. So just a reminder for today's class, please, if you can, turn off your phones just to hold a focus on spirit here with all of us.
Thank you for saying that. I always forget.
Apple Watches too.
Apple Watches too.
That's why she's
Any
here.
kind of watch. Uh-huh.
iPhones, Androids, for all you Android lovers. Just to create a focus here, because Spirit does speak to those that are joining in, and to the level and the degree that we're focused into Spirit is what we get to partake of. So
I do it every time.
follow the Master as he turns.
It's spiritually, not always physically.
No, follow Kelsie. That's what I'm following, is Kelsie about the phone. That's funny.
And if you do have any issues with the audio or video today, you can click at the bottom of the screen. It should say report a problem. Click on it. Give me some information.
And by the way, that is a report a problem just for what she's saying. It's not report any problem you feel like.
Just for audio and video quality today at class.
I'm having an issue with my mother, so should I report that problem? No, take it to your mother. Actually, better take it to
I was
God.
going to say, report it to God. I haven't had any.
Well, I like making announcements fun. What can I say?
Yes,
That's the
please.
real reason I wanted to be in the frame here with
No,
it.
you were tired. You're still having fun when you're out of the frame. He's always having fun. So, I haven't had any reported problems in the last couple classes. I think it's because people that are, if they are, it's bandwidth issues on your end, and they're refreshing, they're turning the computers off, rebooting, and it's solving the problem. So please try that first. Refresh your page. If that doesn't work, close your browser, even shut down your computer and start all over again. Should solve the issue, but I'll check it every about 15 minutes, and if there's one there, I will answer you via email, the email in which you put in the reporter problem form. So, but other than that, I think that's it. Just we have next class next month. For all of you that weren't here last class, you can look on ilm.org now in the events section, and there's a calendar events tab under events. You can, where you got to the live stream, you can click on that. It shows you all the live broadcasts with Jim and Brian, the 2.5-hour meditation with me in the morning, and the laugh class.
So we put the worldwide events up there, and eventually we'll have listed even the area events too. So that's another project on the back end with the website we're working on.
So for now, with the events that are there, you can add them to your calendar. You can click on the view, and it'll give you access to wherever we are, whether it's here on the website or Zoom or wherever. So that's another really great thing to know. You don't need an invite from us to get here. Those are just reminder emails. So, yeah. You have
Go to the
easy
website.
access.
That's it. Utilize that website. I say it every class, and I mean it
Yeah.
over and over.
So other than that, have a wonderful class, and yeah.
Including those of you on YouTube.
Yes.
We made it available YouTube because that's easier for some people, but even with that, still go to the website for all the other things we offer. So.
All right. Thank you.
And the nice thing is, too, we offer a 100% discount on all of our products.
No return policy.
That's right. Yeah, we don't have refunds, but we do returns. We return your soul back into the heart of God. So there you go. Returning home back into the heart of God. Those are the returns we do. So. All right, well, there's our comedy announcement hour, even though that only lasted a few minutes. That's fun. Let's do it this way in the future. As long as Kelsie doesn't mind standing, that was kind of fun here. Cool. Well, do you want me to do meditation?
Why don't you
today?
do it today?
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move into meditation. If somebody online is watching, this is your first time, just follow along. It's pretty simple. I'm going to lead us into the meditation. So I'll be talking a few minutes here, and then at some point after I lead us in, I'll go quiet and we'll meditate. Usually about 30 minutes long, approximately, give or take a little bit, is often how long our meditations last. And then when we're done with the meditation, I'll start talking again and just slowly bring us out of meditation. And after that, then Jim and I will each do a sharing, and then we'll have our break, and then move into Q&A for the rest of the day after that. So for now, just go ahead and make yourself comfortable, and it's fine whether you're sitting or laying down. Our meditation we teach here is not about body position, it's about focus on spirit. And so we just want your body to be comfortable so that it doesn't distract you from the inner focus that we're attempting to create here. So just take a few moments and get comfortable. And if you are, I will say though, a couple little things. If you are one who, if you lay down, you tend to fall asleep, try sitting up. We want you to stay attentive as long as you can during this meditation. And falling asleep, that's fine. It just happens at times. But do what you can to support yourself to stay awake and aware. As we do call this a spiritual awakening process. So as you get relaxed, and you may even notice just when you have that intention of going into meditation, you may just notice how your body automatically, if you've been doing this a while, your body literally will automatically just start to relax, because we know now we're going into meditation, that this is a time for you to be with God and take care of your spiritual needs and just allow the body to rest. Same thing with your thoughts and feelings. Just allow them to rest. And if they're just kind of talking away, that's okay. You don't have to focus on them. So just begin to lift your attention even higher now, beyond the body and the thoughts and the feelings. And lift your attention to the spiritual, to the soul itself. That physical reference point we refer to as the seat of the soul. It is that place that resides above the eyebrows, in the middle, the top of the head, and the forehead. So we want to hold our attention here as we close our eyes and go within, letting go of all the outer distractions where our attention may be pulled, and just focus it now inwards and upwards, so that we find ourselves coming fully present at the seat of the soul. And as we are seated in the soul and our attention here, we just begin to look upwards within ourselves, beyond the body, to that inner spiritual sky. And right there at the forehead, at an upper angle, it is a doorway by which we, the soul, enter and leave this physical body. That as we look through the eye of the soul, we can begin to see those inner regions of spirit, and that we can begin to perceive the Holy Spirit itself as it comes forward as what we call the radiant form. And that radiant form can look like a spiritual teacher, such as myself or Jim, or any other spiritual teacher that is there in alignment with the action of God's loving Holy Spirit to support each of us as the soul, the child of God, as we begin this inner journey into the spiritual kingdom, as we're willing and we allow ourselves to let go of the physical. That radiant form may also appear simply as a golden white or purple light, even blue or pink. So just look for that inner light. And with this light, you may become aware of a divine presence that can have a feeling or an experience of peace and quiet, a presence of loving and support. Just allow yourself to experience or feel that. And if you even listen closely, inwardly, that you may hear even a high-pitched ringing in the ears, or the other inner sounds, as the Holy Spirit, often referred to as the voice of God. can come as a voice or other sounds as musical instruments, sounds of nature such as the wind, running water, or even the bell, for whom the bell tolls, is the sound of God calling the soul home. So we want to pay attention to the inner light and sound of God's loving and that divine presence as we invite God in and as we allow God to lift us, as we are willing to reach out in asking in prayer for God's loving support to lift us and to liberate us from all those things that would hold us in this physical consciousness, that we may be free to return to the spiritual from which we've come. And it is now time to return to. So let your heart open and let God's loving fill it, so that you, as the soul, the child, might truly awaken and continue this greater spiritual journey through the inner realms, back into God's loving heart. And just continue this inner awareness as we now begin to share our loving with God as well. That as we come present with God and allow God to fill us and surround us and lift us, that we share our loving with God through our intentions, our thoughts, our feelings. You know the phrase, with all the body, mind, heart, and soul. But truly the soul itself that is loving, in which God created us. That we love God through that loving and through the sound, as God has given us the sacred names by which, as we sing or chant, it awakens and stirs that loving within us, that we can reach out and embrace that divine essence of who we are in our oneness with God. And so we're going to chant the hue. You can do it silently or out loud to begin this process. So just take in a deep breath, and on the exhale we'll begin. Now just keep chanting silently within. For those of you that are initiated, you're welcome to chant the unspoken names. Otherwise, just continue chanting and sharing your loving with God. And as we move into a silence now, just continue giving and receiving, sharing your loving with God, coming quiet and receiving God's loving for you. Back and forth, just like breathing in and out. And allow that movement to awaken you and to lift you into that greater experience of your oneness with God. Just begin now to allow yourself to just gently and gradually come back present at the seat of the soul. Just allowing your loving attention to once again gather at the top of the head there. As you allow any awarenesses or experiences to come back with you. And just allowing that loving and peace to fill the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and the body as you come back. Just allowing that loving to once again bring life to all that it enters, all that it touches. And as you come more present, just allowing that peace and loving to move freely. When you're ready, you can open your eyes or just stay present inside in that inner movement. Just being aware of that divine presence. We often hear that phrase, the soul is loving and creative. And obviously in here we talk a lot about the loving, and of course even our acronym, loving, accepting, and forgiving. As this process that we share here of soul liberation is one of letting go and releasing all those things that we've created through our thoughts, our feelings, our fantasies, or the imagination, and literally through our words and our physical actions. But it's important to understand that that movement of loving through all those levels is actually an action of creativity. That as the soul of who we are, that is loving, that is creative, comes into this physical creation, and even in the mind it begins to move and stir the different thoughts we have. And as it continues to move through, and those thoughts begin to move, and the soul continues down through the emotions, we begin to have feelings or emotions with those thoughts, or we like to say energy and motion, to begin to energize. And then as that loving, the soul's creativity moves into the imagination, we begin to give pictures, images, visualizations to those thoughts and feelings. And then of course when we begin now to enter the physical level with the physical body, that through that creativity of the soul, that those thoughts and feelings and the images we give, we can now begin to bring into physical expression and manifestation. It often first comes through our words, and then those words begin to move us into physical actions. In those physical actions we begin to create physically through the resources, the materials that are here to create with the body itself, to all that's around us. That all these materials in the simplistic way, if we could look at it scientifically, even all the elements, the elemental charts and all that, all the elements, the things that the material world is made of. And I'm not going to go into all the physics of the atomic structures and all that, but just down to that physical, elemental, material level, that our loving creativity can begin to now move and utilize that to create with in the physical world. But even that physical creativity, it's important to realize how it comes out of our thoughts, our beliefs, our emotions, our fantasies, our imagination, and then what we do with that with our physical body. And realizing that everything we experience here has come out of each one of our creativity of the soul. The soul is that loving essence of God that we each are, that gives life to all of these different levels of consciousness, and that even brings life to those elements. And through our creativity, utilize those elements to create even the technology we're using right now, the chairs we're sitting in, the clothes we're wearing, everything. It's all been created through that simple process. I say simple because it really is, but of course we've created so much. I mean, I just look around and just see what's here in this house, let alone in the world. We've created so much that we've now gotten caught up in it, that we've gotten attached to it, that we look at these things, we hear these things, we feel them, we taste them, we smell them, that holds our focus. And it's that holding of our focus that even in this element of creativity, in this realm of duality, it is based on positive, negative. It's a magnetism. It's magnetic that pulls things together and holds them together, and also propels things, repulses to move away from. It's as easy as giving and receiving. And same thing, breathing in, breathing out. We take in air, we give out air. Simple dynamics, science in that way. But that creativity comes out of the soul, out of our loving. It's just that as that loving comes into this physical level, it takes on these elements of positive and negative in the magnetism that goes with that. But in that, it brings about our experience. What is the other thing we're here to do? When you hear us use the word karma, we talk about as unlearned lessons. How do we learn? Well, we learn through our experience, but how do we have experience? Through that creative action that moves us into experience, through the thoughts, the feelings, the imagination, and then propels the body into this. And why? That's the question, right? Why? Well, what if we heard Jim share not only the taking responsibility or accepting responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions, all that, but why? Why do we want to take responsibility? Why are we so caught up with our creativity? It is such a big thing now. Everywhere I look in the world, everybody's talking about being a creator, being creative. This whole mindset now that's being taught everywhere. I look at a lot of business stuff. So in the business world, I see a lot of this positive mindset to be a creator. What you think is what you get. Manifest. All the abundant stuff out there now. Be the manifester. Be the creator. It's everywhere now. The funny thing is, we're all doing that anyway. It's not like anything new or magical. It's just that everybody's focusing on that now because humanity is in a place now where we're beginning to look at more what that creativity is and how we can be more conscious and responsible with our creativity, to pay attention to that, to pay attention to what we're doing, what we're thinking, what we're feeling, what we're fantasizing about and imagining, so that we can be very intentful or purposeful with our creativity, what we choose to focus on and do with that. But again, why? Why are we even doing that? Why is that such a big deal? Well, the thing that is inherent and unconscious in most of humanity of the why, God created the soul to be loving and creative in the likeness and image of God. And so what are we doing? Well, through our creativity, we are learning through our experience what that is to be that child of God that has been created as loving and creative. So we are learning to be creators. Why? Because God created us that way. And how are we going to learn? Just think of a brand new child that comes into this world. As it's born and it begins to grow, it's always learning. But who teaches it in the beginning the most? The parents. The parents are teaching that child how to grow, how to do things, how to be a creator. Well, what do you think that parent that God is to each of us? This is soul, is that child that God has given us birth, that child of God, and God is raising us. And we're learning to do as God does as our parent. And I say parent is singular as in one God. If you want to do it Father or Mother God, that's fine. If you want to look at duality, because we're in a realm of duality, that's fine. But really, it's one God, one soul, one creator. So that parent that is teaching us to be a creator, that is giving us the playing field to create with. Just like Shakespeare said, what, the world is but a stage. Well, what is that stage for? Is it just a performance and a show? Well, yeah, we can look at it that way. But what are we doing with that performance and show? We are creating and learning what that is through our experience of our creativity. Why, again? Did you hear it? Why? So that we can learn. Because we are learning to be a creator as God is, made in the likeness of God. Or as you want to say it, as a co-creator. What is co-creator? Because we are one with God. Yes, we are an individualized drop or spark out of the beingness or ocean of God's loving. So it may seem as two. And in this world and realm, it definitely is the experience of two out of separation. But in truth, we're in one. We are literally an individualized cell or droplet within the beingness of God. Not only are we surrounded and floating in that, that's even a whole nother subject, but we are that drop within all of that that is of the very same essence and nature. And isn't it even funny what I just said? That's a whole other subject of floating in a drop of water that can be separated out of the ocean and go back and it merges into oneness. But in that floating drop, in the oneness, not only the majesty of it all. If you just look at this physical creation, of just the galaxies, outer space, come down into the solar system here, just with our central sun and the planets spinning around it. We are out in the middle of a humongous space, an unbelievable size that just our solar system is like just one atom in the whole space. How is it floating? How is it not just created? I'm not even talking about that now. How is this planet and solar system even floating in this vast body we call space, this universe? Through polarity, the spinning, the magnetism, the positive, negative. It's miraculous if you think about it that way, that this whole thing is just floating. And is it midair? Is that even air in outer space? What is that? What is that emptiness? What is that emptiness even made of? Well, we can't even call it air because you can't breathe it there. Air here, as we know it or define it, is what we can breathe, and without it to the body, it dies. So what is that substance itself, even in space, that material that we can't even see, but yet all of this physical creation exists in? That substance. Well, now they're starting to call it dark matter, dark energy. They know there's a substance, something there in which all of this physical creation exists upon and relies upon. Some people call it the matrix in the metaphysical terms or circles. That matrix upon which even all this physicality exists, and that energy to hold it in place through magnetism. Why? Where does that even come from? But even ultimately, why? Why does it even exist to begin with? God has given us a vast playground to play in. What is one of the best ways to learn? To create, to take that which is within us, give it expression, and see it outside of ourselves. In seeing that, we can learn what it is, what we did, how we did it. And eventually we discover even why when we ask those questions. Why? Why am I even creating this? Isn't it amazing that I even can create? Begin to ask yourself those questions so that you begin to look deeper. Not just, God, answer my prayers, I need money, I need food, I need this, I want that. What if you start to see you are a creator and you can create anything you want in your life? Go deeper. Yes, we need to take care of that, basic survival. There's a lot of learning in there. But eventually we need to go deeper and begin to look at the inner workings. And then eventually even question, well, why do we even have this experience? Why is it here? Well, how else are we going to learn? Because if we can create and project, express, materialize it out here, we can see it. In that seeing it, what it reflects back to us and stirs within us and awakens all that experience that we have put into this creation of ours, is how we fulfill through our experience of learning to be a co-creator with God, but also learning to be a creator as God created us to be. So let's go back. God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was void and without form. Well, Who's the Lord of this void that created the form? Well, we know him as Lucifer. That's the main word I use because that's the word spiritually that has always been shared with me with the Holy Spirit. I know we've got all kinds of other names, Calneringin in the East and the devil and Satan and all that. I like Lucifer. That's the one the Spirit has used with me. And if you look up the definition, it actually sounds kind of nice. It doesn't seem like an evil, negative being. That's the other reason I like the word Lucifer. It doesn't have Satan, the evil, negative devil stuff to it. Well, some people it probably does. Not for me, though. So Lucifer, if we look at that, God created Lucifer. Lucifer, I always forget. What do they say was on the left or right hand of God? The right hand of God. Wow. The right hand of God. That is a big wow. Holy cow. Wow. The right hand of God. And what does Lucifer do? Well, what is he? God's bad child or something? So what? Did he banish himself? Did God banish him? Did God punish him? Or did God just say, go to your corner, think about what you did, and when you're ready, you can come back out? He's just taking billions of years in his corner, I guess. What can I say? I like to have a little fun in this. And there might be a little truth to my joking around. Lucifer, as that shining light of God, is also known as the Lord of reflection. Reflection, like a mirror. What does a mirror do? Not only does it reflect, right, our own image or other images, but in doing that, what is it doing in reflecting? That is the key here that I'm trying to get across. The purpose, as we can utilize it to support ourselves, to serve us in our journey of spiritual awakening and liberation and learning to be a creator as God created us, is to utilize what God has given us, has placed us here, as these tools we have to learn about our creativity, of being a creator, that in this land of reflection, this physical creation is a world of reflection. Lucifer is the Lord of reflection. He is here to reflect back to us that which we are creating so that we can learn from our creations. And that learning from our creations fulfills us in our journey of learning how to become a creator. I hope you guys are hearing this because this is a big deal. If you realize what I'm saying now, that if all we have to do is learn to be a creator, as God created us in loving creativity, and we're learning to be loving and creative, then this physical creation that is a reflective process is literally the playground, the space God has given us to learn about our creativity by having it reflected back to us. So Lucifer is doing us a wonderful service to give us this whole land, galaxy, universe to play in, to learn to be creators. The hard part is because when we experience the negative creation that we call evil, that's painful, depressing, and dark, and empty, and void, and without form, is where we feel lost. We feel alone. We feel separate from God. That painful part that just aches inside of each of us to long to be in that oneness again with God. That aching and longing you hear us talk about all the time in here. I'm taking a different approach today because the approach I'm taking today is in hopes if you can understand why we are here, that you may allow that to serve you then and pay more attention so you fulfill your mission, your purpose, the reason you are here, the why. So that in your fulfillment now you can truly fulfill yourself as that divine child of God, and why God has given us this opportunity. That's why you've heard me in the past say this is like not only a playground. Well, what's in a playground? We often think of school. A talk I did years ago, I think it was called The Pathway as a Classroom. That's why I talked about that, because we are learning. So, well, look at how schools are set up. To learn, right? Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way through 12 and beyond. Kindergarten's probably the most fun, or maybe nursery school. That process is reflective of itself, of that learning process that we are doing spiritually as a soul. We are learning. So if we can look at life itself as an opportunity to learn and grow from, well, think about it. I know many of you have had many dreams or experiences of like you were in school. You find yourself back in high school or grade school or college, or you've entered experiences where you're in classrooms or a university setting. And I know some of you have been doing this a while, have found yourself graduating. That graduating from the university or school of whatever that is because when you have really fulfilled and learned the lessons of how to be a creator and to take responsibility for everything you've created, is how you fulfill all of that. That fulfillment is called graduation. That means you've had the experience now and you have learned through your creativity. And through that, you have brought it all back to you. All that you projected, expressed, manifested, created, you have brought back. It is that bringing it back that the loving, accepting, forgiveness process does, that we teach. As you bring it back, it literally merges back in and dissolves. But as it merges back into you and dissolves, is the fulfillment of the lesson from that which you've created. Now, when I say it dissolves and comes back into you, well, how do you do that with something physical? Well, you don't physically. But the energy that you express from the soul down through the thoughts, the feelings, the imagination, and the physical, all of that energy of spirit, of loving, as it has creatively expressed through all those levels within you and out into creation here now, that energy I'm talking about, we now bring back to ourselves, and eventually even from the physical things we created, like you say, oh, okay, I created this house. I designed it, I built it, I bought it, I own it. It's mine. Well, go ahead and try to merge that house back into yourself, right? No, you go, oh my God, look at all that I created. What am I learning in this? And then as the lessons are fulfilled, that energy you put into all of this, that energy is what I'm talking about, that comes back to you. And when it comes back to you, it is fulfilled. You learned what you needed to learn out of what you created or owned. You've done. And as it does, it now is freed up, and now your soul utilizes that. Your soul takes the wisdom, the joy, the fulfillment of that experience, not the actual creation. The experience and the wisdom of the learning through that experience is what the soul takes now. That energy is what you bring back into yourself that fulfills. And it is that fulfillment in which the soul is now liberated from the very thing it created. Because when we are in the process of that creation or creative action, we are caught up in it. We are focused into it. That's attachment. But it is through that attachment and our focus into it that we're learning. But as we learn, eventually that comes back and we let go. That's why you will see eventually we will get bored with things, we will lose interest, we'll let it go and move on and do something else. That's why that happens in life, whether it's relationships, homes, places we live, jobs, things we do, things we have, all of it. That's why eventually we get bored and let it go and move on to something else, because we had all the experience and learned what we needed to from all of that. And once it's done because it's fulfilled. We're free now. We can let go. And that is all we are doing on this spiritual journey. This pathway we call the spiritual path of sound and light, or the path of the Holy Spirit and the sacred name. Whatever names we give to it or have been given to it over the ages, it is all the same. Once we really fulfill that and we're done, well then what? Well, believe it or not, you actually will get bored with this physical creation in being here. And you will be like, I'm sick and tired of that. I've had enough. I don't want another body. I don't want to create another body and then do again everything that goes with that. Let me do something else. Well, what else is there to do? Well, it's a good question. Because when you ask the questions, ask and you receive, right? So when you ask the question, what else is there to do? You will begin within yourself, and even physically, begin to look around for what is there to do. What else can I do? Literally, even if it is out of pure boredom, or whether it's out of necessity, doesn't matter. What else can I do? What else is there to do? And so we'll begin to look, we'll begin to seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door will open. Ask, and you shall receive. All of those phrases. I hope you're beginning to hear the simplistic practicality behind all of those spiritual phrases that have been used for eons of time. Because they all apply. And if you understand them, like hopefully the way I'm explaining today, you realize why we always say this pathway and what we share here in ILM is very simple and very practical and very real, because we attempt to share just what is, what works, the why, the how, the what, so that in that understanding, you within yourself can make the choices and see where you're at and what you want to do, to create, or to let go of creating. And now just look for what's next. Or as we like to say, to turn around. The original definition of repent. You'll rarely hear us use religious terms in here like that, but we will in the way I'm saying now. If you understand where they come from, repent. I love it how Jim shared that over the years. Repent means to turn back towards. I was thinking of sin. Sin means to turn away from, and repent means to turn back towards. That's why spiritual religions or spiritual pathways like what we're doing here talk about repenting. Because in repenting, what are we doing? We are learning now to let go of our focus of learning from our creative actions, and now fulfilling that learning by turning back around towards the source from which we've come, called God. So we're just turning around. Well, why are we turning around? Because we're learning and turning. Simple as that, learning and turning. Keep it simple. That's why I have these acronyms and like LAF and other things that I utilize. Look, learn, love, look and love, all of those things. So learning and turning, as you learn and fulfill, you will release that. But in that releasing process is why we teach so much about the LAF, the letting go, the forgiving, the accepting your creations and loving all of it. Because it is through loving acceptance you're able to learn it and fulfill it. And in that then you go, okay, wow, I am grateful for what I have created, for what I've learned in that creation. I can accept that now, and in that acceptance, oh my God, there's just all this loving I have for myself, what I've created, what I've experienced, and for God for giving me the opportunity in creating me in the first place. And now I forgive and let go of all the attachments, the judgments, the fears of all of that process that I had with this experience of learning through my creativity. It's starting to make sense? I hope so. Because all you got to do is take what I'm sharing now and look at anything and everything in your life, and it applies. When you have that awareness and understanding, you can begin to make choices now that better serve you in liberating your soul, or if you want to go create more. But you and your soul will know, because in truth it's not going to be just a conscious action out of your mind or ego. Think about it. How many times do you wish or want something, but no matter how much you wish for, want it, or pray for it, you don't get it? That's what I'm talking about. Because the ego, it doesn't matter what the ego wants, wishes, prays for. What matters is truly what the soul is here to learn and fulfill. And that's who we really are. I'm talking about the soul like it's separate from us. It's not. You got to understand, when we share in the physical level, we are sharing through the ego, so we're relating to this through the ego, the personality. But we that we are talking about that is relating through the ego personality is the soul. Even if I talk about it and it sounds like I'm talking about the soul as something separate from ourselves, well, it is. It's separate from the ego. But the soul is who we really are, that is consciously aware. And it is that soul that is conscious and aware and one with God that is on the journey. The hard part is most of that awareness is unconscious to our physical consciousness. And the soul, it's all known. It's all knowing. And that oneness with God. It's all known, it's all knowing. But as that comes through from that great oneness down to this little drop of separation in our physical consciousness, all we know is this teeny little drop. All that other is unconscious to the physical consciousness. So it's hard to know. But yet if we pay attention, even to what I'm sharing now, and you look at this in your own life, you realize, like I said, look at all the things you wish for, want, or you'll hear me say, think you wish for or want, but you don't get. Maybe it's not to be, because that's not what's going to best serve your soul, and your soul knows. Who you are really knows. And you will find in life, there are certain things you just cannot seem to stop, that you may resist and struggle and want to repent from, but yet it's like you're dragged right through it, and you just have to go through it, beyond all your wishes not to. Why is that? Because that is what's going to really serve your soul and what your soul wants, who you really are, what you really want, so that you can fulfill the lessons here. Because there's so many things we've created through eons of times of being here, other than, of course, the souls that are coming into here for the first time, the little babies. But the old folk, like most of us here, most people who come to a spiritual pathway like what we're doing here in ILM are what you would call the old souls. I'm not going to say wise. really, they are wise, but the old souls. So this is really an elder care group. And I'm getting older too. I'm needing more care than I used to. For the old souls, those of us who've been around a while and are coming towards the end of our learning of being a creator. That's what's going on here. This is graduate school, or at least finishing high school or college, depending on how much you learned or want to learn. It doesn't matter what kind of school. What matters is this is the pathway for those that are coming towards the end and graduating because they are learning and fulfilling the lessons of why you're here in Lucifer's domain. It's not really Lucifer's domain, it's God's domain that God gave Lucifer the opportunity to go play and truly to serve God. Do you think God cut off God's right hand? Lucifer, the right hand of God? Do you think God really cut off? Or did God just stick his hand down into this void or lake or water that reflects? And he's just got his hand down there going, wow, I wonder what that part of me is doing down there. Stirring the waters, right? Stirring the waters. Look at how many spiritual parables and things we could talk about, even out of my joking around right now. How much of a joke is it? So God's stirring the waters through God's right hand that God named Lucifer. What's the other hand doing? Well, look at, maybe that other hand's coming in here to have experience and come back into union, to pray, to fulfill, back into the oneness. That's the beauty of it all. But are we looking at it that way? Are we approaching life that way, let alone what we may call our spiritual practice? In truth, the spiritual practices are life, everything. There is nothing separate from it. Now, when we talk about doing meditation, the LAF exercises, most of us would call that our spiritual practice. I understand. Because that is the way by which we can consciously, intentfully, purposefully apply our focus and attention to learn, to grow, to fulfill all of this. And in that, to truly wake up and know who we are. And to know who God is, and to really know by having our experience and returning, repenting, returning back into that beingness of God, because we have fulfilled the learning, so that now we can do the turning to come back home, the spiritual home in the truest sense, the spiritual kingdom called the kingdom of God. That's the fulfillment. That's the liberation. That's the freedom. That's everything we're doing here, and we approach it in hopefully a simple, practical way, because that is what we are doing in this time and age, and why we are not doing it in the ways of old, We are doing it. It's always been the same. But now we're in a day and age where more of the souls that we are sharing with that are ready because of the evolution, or I don't want to say evolution in the way we've used it before, but in the old souls that have evolved or learned to the point where we're ready to get liberated, that it is being shared now more in a simple, practical, basic way so that we can get it and say, oh my God, I understand, I get it now. When it was taught in the old way in all these religious parables and this way and that way, it's like a mystery. It's a good mystery. Who doesn't like a good mystery novel or movie or something, right? It's a mystery to be solved. It's often referred to as a mystical pathway. But how can we learn if it's always a wonder? I wonder. Wonder Woman? What about Wonder Man? Wonderful? That's one of my favorite words. You hear me say it a lot. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Because we have fulfilled the wonder in the mysticism to wake up and have the knowing that is inherent within all of us. It is just the process. Are we willing to walk through the process? And you know the other nice thing for those of you that are always feeling in doom and gloom, like you're feeling punished, you're in pain, you're suffering, how do I get out of hell? If you can begin to look at your life in the way I'm describing here and look at it as a process of curiosity, of learning, of discovery, and through your actions, that's all it requires is actions, through you engaging in and participating, taking action. As you do that, instead of resist it and question it, as you do it, you will start to have the fulfillment, and in that fulfillment, you'll learn the lessons, and that's where your life will become easier. And by God, even at some point, you're going to actually find a little bit of joy in it all and have some fun in the learning and the living process. Why do you think I joke around and play around up here like this? Because everybody's had enough of Jim's seriousness. Look at, he even laughs at my joke. So this is how I do it. But that way of joy and fun is available to everybody. Start doing it. But it's easier to do. It's not something that is forced. It's just something that is inherent within all of us. That is one of the aspects of the soul. The nature of the soul is joy. But we have to participate and do in order for that joy to come forward. Because that joy is just covered or shut off when we're so serious, when we're so focused on things, thinking we're doing it wrong, we're not doing enough, we're not doing it right. That's where it's so important to truly let go and to forgive. Let go and forgive all those self-judgments or judgments of others if they put it on you. I like to say to people when they're telling me I'm doing it wrong, I said, no, I'm not. I'm doing the wrong thing the right way. Trust me. You can trust everybody to do exactly what they're going to do, whether they're lying to you or telling you the truth. You can trust them to do it, including yourself. Think about it. Can you even really trust yourself? How many times do we all think or want to say, I'm going to get on a really clean diet. I'm going to start exercising. I'm going to start doing all these things that I know are good for me. And we just can't seem to bring ourselves to doing it. Or maybe a little bit. And then we judge ourselves now because we had this nice intention or desire or want. And then even if those of us that have been very disciplined and do it, at some point though, we start to get lazy or it drops off, or even as we're doing it, something happens that we look at as negative. Oh, it was going so good. I was so focused and dedicated, and now Now what? What happened? Well, maybe you were too righteous, so something had to come in and throw you off your righteousness so you could learn from the experience to have some humility and acceptance and loving for every single expression and form of creativity, no matter how it's expressed or comes across as positive or negative. You mean I'm just judging my creativity? Uh-huh. We're learning to be creators. No judgments required. Judgment's not part of the course. Judgment's not a requirement to learning how to be creative. Well, then why is it there, Brian? Oh, good question. I like these conversations with myself. It's getting too easy to talk to myself. Why is it there? Well, obviously it's there because there's something to learn. What is there to learn? Well, my judgments of positive and negative, how does that serve me? How do my judgments serve me? Well, they serve me to look at, when I look at things negatively, they serve me to pay attention to what I'm doing so that I can learn to be a creator in a more loving and accepting way. And when my judgments are positive, maybe they serve me in letting me know I'm on track. I'm in alignment. Oh, maybe that's good feedback. How about that? Well, why is it such a downer and so painful? Why can't we look at the negative as really good feedback too, letting us know that, hey, maybe that's off course from the course we're on. It's not part of the lesson plan. Right now I'm learning the multiplication table. So 2 times 2 is 4, even though 2 plus 2 is 4. But hey, 3 times 3 is 9. It's not 3 plus 3 is 6. So I've got to do something different. But if I judge myself for doing it wrong, I'm doing multiplication and I accidentally did plus, so I came up with the wrong answer. Why do I have to judge myself for coming up with the wrong answer? All I did was make a mistake and was going down the wrong lesson plan when the lesson plan was about multiplication, not about plus and minus or addition and subtraction. These are the things we do in ourselves. I think I lost a few of you. Forget the last example if that confused you. We'll get you out of your mind. The point is, learn to look at even the negative feedback or judgments, as we call them, as supporting you to keep moving forward in alignment in the way that's going to really serve you to fulfill the lessons there. And one of the lessons is learning how to handle negativity, negative feedback, criticism, judgment from others, and judgment from ourselves. All of it is there to serve us, but we have to look at it that way. We have to come from that place, that perceptive place within us, observing everything as something that serves our soul, who we are, in the learning and the fulfillment of why we're here. Even the negative judgments that we've used to condemn ourselves and others, to look at that and to see how that serves us, because sometimes those negative judgments and condemnations hold us in place. Well, what is the value? How does that serve us to hold us in place? Because when we are held in a place, like a prison, what does prison do? Doesn't it give us time to think and look at what we've done? Society looks at it as a negative and bad and judges people, right? Well, why? Wasn't it actually meant for people to have time to rehab, to become a better person? That's really what prison is supposed to be. Maybe the world doesn't do prison that way. It's more of a punishment. But what if within ourselves, the prisons we create in our own consciousness are really meant to serve us, to take the time, not as a punishment, but to take the time to look at and to learn, to contemplate. Because if we're stuck in a little prison or a box, it gives us time to just contemplate, be with ourselves for a while, so that we can now bring back, that we can return to us that which we've created, that which is being reflected to us to learn from. It gives us time to contemplate. What do you think a retreat is? We're going to look at retreats different now. Hey, why don't we hold our retreat down at the penitentiary there? We each have our own rooms. Your meals are cooked for you. There's an open conference room. We'll hold our gatherings to do the teachings like this. And then you can go back to your cells. Instead of your jail cell, you can go back to your soul cell to now go within and contemplate and to integrate that which you are learning through your creations. That's what prison really is. And that's what this physical consciousness is right here in this body, as a prison for the soul. This body, this imagination, these emotions, these thoughts in the mind are prisons for the soul. But in those prisons, the soul gets to look at very closely and to learn and to fulfill by being entrapped within that space in which our thoughts, feelings, imaginations, and bodies create. It serves a purpose, in other words, in what I'm saying. That if we approach it that way with loving and acceptance and forgiveness, that in that service to the soul, we can fulfill all that we are here to experience and to learn. But eventually, for that fulfillment, let us never forget. For that fulfillment, because within every prison, what do we have? The prison guards, the warden, the keys to the prison cells. Well, of course I'm going to bring it back to the sacred name and the keys to the kingdom. What did you think? Not here to talk about the world. Those are just examples or parables of the spiritual journey. Because eventually we need to get those keys to open the doors so that we can get out of prison. But in order to do that, we need to get those keys from the one who holds them for us. Those keys are not owned by the one who holds them, called the spiritual teacher. The spiritual teacher holds those keys out of the prison for each and every prisoner, for each and every soul that is entrapped in their mind, emotions, imagination, and body. For when the prisoner is ready, all they have to do is ask. First ask the jail guard, hey, can you let me out of the cell? I want to go talk to the warden. Then you get to the warden, and you ask the warden, say, hey, can I have those keys now so that this whole prison facility I've been living in I can take and not only let myself out of my own prison cell, but the keys that open all the other doors through each corridor and then outside of the whole prison property itself, so I am free of this place completely? Well, that's it. That is exactly what the spiritual teacher does and has for you. No, we're not a prison warden. That's Lucifer's job, actually. We're more like the visitor who gives authority to the prison warden, and they take instructions saying, hey, when that soul's ready, just notify us. We'll come and give them the keys. But that is up to each soul that is imprisoned within themselves. That when that soul is ready, each of you listening, and more to come, will ask, because within you, you will know it is time. I want out. I will do what's necessary to fulfill my journey here. And I want the keys, and I want to be shown the way out, because it's been so long I forgot how to even get out of here. So not only do I need the keys to open the doors and unlock them, but I also need somebody to show me the way out of here. And those keys are actually yours. They have just been held for you for when you're ready. And all you have to do is ask. And in the asking, they will be brought. And then not only will they be brought, the spiritual teacher will actually show you how to use them and actually guide you out of the prison and back into the far country that we call the spiritual kingdom. Those spiritual keys are the keys to the kingdom that Jesus talked about and every other true spiritual master, that are also known as the sacred names of God, that the spiritual teacher holds for each soul that is ready, and that all it has to do is ask for those keys to be shared. So that is up to you, to ask in order to receive, but also inside of yourself to know that you're ready and that you are willing to take the steps to learn the process of how to use those keys to open the doors. And that the spiritual teacher can be the guide and show you the way, but you've got to use the keys to open the doors, and you've got to be willing to follow that way that is shown to you so that you can set yourself free, release yourself from the prison. Well, that's an interesting place to finish. But I guess I am. The flow stopped, so I guess I'm done sharing. Spirit's pulled back, and it's Jim's turn.
Well, okay. My turn.
No, I know, that was weird. I'm like, wait a minute. It's like the door shut on me. It's like, whoops.
Well, when we were beginning meditation and we were chanting the Anahu and the Hu, it brought back a memory of mine that I don't think about a lot, but it does come up once in a while because it was a very wonderful experience. When I first learned about the spoken names of God, and I'd been looking for years for the unspoken name of God, which is talked about in the Lord's Prayer. And I did not really know about the spoken names of God in the sense of that there were more than just the word God or Jesus, as so many people in the West use. But I discovered the word Hu, and when I did, I began to chant it out loud as well as inside. And then later I learned about the Anihu, Anihu, and I began to chant that as well inside. And at first I would chant it a few times and then just move on into meditation. And then I realized, I don't have the sacred name of God yet, the unspoken name of God. Why don't I go ahead and just chant that, the Hu or the Anahu, as a way to begin to build a foundation and a place in myself for the unspoken name when I do receive it. So I began to chant the Hu. It's pronounced Hu in the West, and in the East. In the East, it's pronounced Hu. In the West, it's pronounced Hu. And so I began to chant that out loud over and over and over and over. And I would go for 30 to 45 minutes at a time. And somewhere along the time of chanting it, I would go into kind of ecstasy or a wonder place, just a place of wonder and beauty and peace and quiet, stillness. And I would stop chanting and just do my best to stay in that space. And then when I would begin to move out of it, I would begin to chant it out loud again and build that energy back up to pull me back into it, if you will. So I did that for a number of years until I received the sacred name of initiation from a spiritual teacher and began then to really focus more on that inside, chanting that silently inside to build up the power of the name. And I found that to be just as effective as chanting the Hu or the Anti-Hu out loud. It took me into those places of peace, of light and sound, of beauty, and just everything that my soul was longing for. But every once in a while I would go back and chant the Hu or the Anti-Hu because there was something kind of sweet and special about that, because that was the energy that first began to take me in to a deeper place and to a more wonderful, higher place inside of me than I was able to get in other means by which I practiced. And I did a lot of different things in my childhood and in my teens, trying to find that key, if you will, that would take me into the spiritual, take me into my own soul. And I tried several different techniques, different ways of doing that. And some worked to a certain extent, and others didn't work at all. But I did find that by chanting the Hu and the Anti-Hu, I had a real key, if you will, by which to unlock and move through the barriers of this lower creation and wake up into the higher. So even with the sacred name of initiation given to me, and me using that on a regular basis, I also still found doing the Hu and the Anti-Hu very, very effective in helping me to just keep all of that aligned. And the spoken names of God, we can speak out loud, and we're not going to give anything away energetically. So I would do that, and I found that by doing both the outer and the inner, the spoken name of God silently inside and the Hu or the Hu outside spoken, it sort of created a bridge from the inner to the outer. And that was really very powerful when I realized that it was a bridge that I was creating. So that in the inner, I could wake up and know the truth of who I am through the spoken name of God. And in the outer, I could chant that sacred name of God that is the spoken name of God in the outer and begin to live that which I was finding inside through the spoken name of God silently. And I could bridge that and bring it out into the world. And I could move silently, easily, consciously from the inner to the outer because of that bridge that I created. And that's one reason why I'm able to look up and get information with my eyes open, with my focus in the world, with talking with people or whatever, and still go inside and connect to that and bring that information, to bring that insight, that wisdom out into the world to be shared. It's because I created that bridge at an early age and began to wake up into that which was inside and be able to share it very openly and easily out. So you might want to begin to pay attention to how you're focusing, what you're focusing on, And if you're chanting the sacred name silently inside, and you find that it's beginning to be too much of a routine, too much of a habit, too much of just doing it, and yet the mind is running, then switch over and just chant the spoken name, Hugh or Anahu, inside of yourself, or I'm sorry, outside of yourself, speak it, and let that vibration begin to create that bridge between the the unspoken and the spoken, because it can really do that. And you can bring greater information, greater awareness into your daily life in doing it such a way. That's what I did even in my teens and in my 20s when I was working at a store, and I would do things early in the morning, such as vacuuming or whatever. And it was just a way for me to really kind of focus in and do my chanting and create that bridge of awareness so that I could begin to build inside of me greater truths, greater awareness at a conscious level. There's a lot of truth inside of us just waiting to be experienced and to be brought forward in the knowing. It lays there in the unknown. And it's only for us to go in and stir the water, if you will, in our own consciousness to begin to draw that forward into conscious experience, conscious knowing. Excuse me. And it's also about doing it regularly, and doing it as much as you can throughout the day. I would wake up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and I would meditate. And I would meditate for an hour or two every day and focus on God, focus on the name of God, focus on loving God, and do what I could to let go of this world and really wake up to the truth of who I really am as a soul. And I had some tremendous, wonderful experiences in that action. But I also did the same thing in the evening. When I was going to school and I would come home, I spent time every day in the afternoon just spending my time talking to God, being with God, sharing with God, holding my focus and making myself available to God. And when I was out of school and working in a day, I would come home and I would get something to eat, and then I would go into my room and just spend time meditating, just spend time focusing on God. And sometimes I would pull a Bible out, or I would pull a book out that I found very inspirational, and I would read it for a while to get myself more focused, letting go of the day of work and whatever outside, so that I could really begin to pull my attention inward. And then I would just go inside and begin to meditate. Now, when I didn't have the sacred name of God, because I hadn't been initiated yet, I did do certain prayers that helped me to align myself to it. The Lord's Prayer and other prayers, and then prayers that I created for myself that helped me to focus and helped me to align myself to that inner alignment of spiritual flow. Now, this is just all things that I did for myself. When I was born, I knew I was not a part of this world. I knew I came into this world to offer the world something, but at the age of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I had no idea what that was going to be. All I knew is that I wanted to keep my alignment with God. When I was young, I knew God. I walked with God. God walked with me. And at the age of 5, I made a decision that I was not going to lose that. I had an older brother. He was 13 years older than me. And I would sit and talk with him at times. And I realized at a very early age, he had lost it. I knew he had had it because he could talk about remembering God and thinking about God and wanting God. But now he was a teenager and doing teenage things, and he didn't have time for God. He didn't have a focus on God, not even an awareness of God. And so I thought, I don't want to lose that. If he had it and he's lost it, I don't want to get caught up in this world. Because I looked around and I saw what being caught up in this world really meant. And to me, it meant not having God as a participant in your life. And I wanted God participating with me in everything that I did and walking with me in everything that I was going through. And I experienced the regular daily life just like everybody else, and I had the ups and the downs and the challenges of life as I was growing up. But I always had God walking with me right there. I remember when I was 7 years old in elementary school, I had a sense of ethic, of right and wrong. I had a sense of how to move in this world of polarity and right and wrong. And one day I witnessed a real misjustice with a friend of mine who was a student at the school as well. And he was being punished for something that he did not do. And I knew it because I saw the incident, I saw what happened, and I just could not see him having to suffer that punishment when he did not do it. So the principal was there in the hallway, and she was going to be making the decision as to what was going to be happening. And I walked up, and I began to tell the teacher that was there, who was talking to the principal, that I knew what happened, and can I share what happened? And she looked at me and she said, "Child, I know what happened. You don't have to tell me what happened. I saw it." And I said, "Well, I saw it too, and I have a feeling that somehow I saw something that you didn't see. Can I just share it?" And she looked at the principal and looked at me, and she said, "You think you're a VIP, don't you?" And as a 7-year-old, I had no idea what a VIP was, which to an adult means a very important person. And I'm standing there going, "VIP, VIP, I don't know what a VIP is." And I just kind of shrugged my shoulders and I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Oh, just tell us your story and then we'll get on with the punishment." So I told what I had seen, and it was quite different from what the teacher was claiming happened. And the principal had the wisdom to look at the teacher and look at me and ask the teacher to once again state what she was aware of, and turned to me and asked me to state again what I was aware of. And she said that ultimately my statement makes more sense as to what could have happened. And that she realized that the other child was in the wrong and turned to that child and said, "What is the truth here? I want the truth. And if you lie to me and I find out the truth later and it's not what you have said, then you will have a good punishment on you." And the child says, "I just want my mommy." And the principal said, "That answers that for me. So we'll get your mommy in here and we'll talk." and all this other is done. It's done. There is no punishment here. And I walked away from there, and that teacher never treated me quite the same. She didn't really have respect for me. I was glad that I was not in her class, because she always looked at me and kind of growled at me, I guess, or something, that just made me aware, be careful, don't get too close. And I didn't. Thank God I didn't have to. So I learned right away that I have my own truth, I have my own ethics, I have my own way of moving through the world. And as long as I held to that, which was in alignment with that flow of loving inside that I knew, which had truth and caring and purpose all involved in it, I was fine. It's when I wandered away from that and began to try to do the way the world does that I only got hurt, that I only got confused, that I only got misdirected. And so I learned pretty quick, by the age of 12, 14 years old, to follow my inner truth more than to follow the outer. And that's what I've done all my life. It also has caused me to live in a way of more being centered and within, not to be focused on the world so much, not to be trying in the world so much. But it's been a very peaceful life inside. And even when there's chaos in the world outside of me, I know where the peace is, and I can stand in that centeredness of quiet, of peace, of caring, of neutrality, and be just fine with the storm running outside. And I could go on and give so many examples of just what that looks like for me, what happened, how it happened, and how I moved through it. And what I did back there, I do today. I always look inside first. I always look for that place of silence, of peace, of harmony, of caring, of loving, to find that truth for me. Now, it may not be everybody's truth. It may not be the way that everybody is going to be living. But I know what is true for me, and I hold to that as best I can. And sometimes that's created separation in the world, and other times it's brought me into oneness in the world. And it's very interesting to witness how that does happen. And I have no judgment on it one way or the other. If somebody lines up against me because of how I'm thinking or feeling or doing my life, that's just fine. I remember I was at a seminar, and they were asking questions of some of the people in the audience. And they came around to me and asked me a question, and I shared my truth. And the person asked me, so are you okay with that truth, the way you're living your life and what's happening for you? And I said, yes, very, very much so. And they said, well, what about people that don't line up to what it is you believe or what you're doing in your life? And I said, that's their problem, not mine. I'm living my truth, and I'm not going to live any other way. And if they don't align to mine or can't allow me to live mine, that's their problem. And there was silence for a moment, and the person that was talking to me said, that's really good. They said, I wish I could do that so easily as the way you expressed it just now. I get caught up in it, and I get caught up in trying to prove to people my truth. And it sounds like you don't try to prove anything, you're just going to live it. And I said, that's true. And after the seminar was over, so many people came up around me and said, how do you do that? How do you know that? How do you even know what your truth is? And so I tried to answer as easily and quickly as I could because I knew I didn't have time to really share it all. And I just talked about going inside through meditation, through talking with God, and let yourself find your own truth in that way. Well, that's what this pathway is all about. When we sit down and meditate every day, we are going inside. We are letting the world drop away for a while. We close our eyes, and immediately when we close our eyes, the world does drop away for an instant. And our focus is totally right here at the seat of the soul. Right here at our own soul, we lift up to and look to when we close our eyes. But right after that, the mind goes, don't go up there. There's nothing up there for you. Come back down here. Let's talk. Let me tell you something. Let's look at some things. And that's just the natural action of our consciousness in this body. While we're in the body, the mind likes to dominate. The mind wants to be the ruler of it all. And we as the soul, because we've come and taken a body, we have agreed to let the mind sort of lead the way. Because the mind is the instrument for the soul to have experience in the physical creation. The soul is spiritual energy and cannot really experience at these physical levels on its own. So it needs an instrument in the world to have experience. So this body and the mind and the emotions, the imagination, they are the instruments by which we experience here. And the mind, when we begin to close our eyes and go up here for a moment, the mind says, no, come back down here. I can't go up there. There's nothing up there to go to. Come down here and let's talk. Let's do. Let's look at. Let's get involved again in the world. And that's what happens even when we close our eyes on a regular basis. The mind is ever trying to pull us back down, as is the emotions, as is the imagination. And the key for us on this pathway is to rise above all that, to rise above all the elements of this physical creation and to begin to live and experience in the soul. And the sacred name is the instrument by which that can happen. Because the sacred name is a vibration that lies up here at the seat of the soul, not in the mind or anything below that. It is at the seat of the soul. And so by chanting that, we begin to create a vibration at the soul level, and we begin to awaken to it. Just as I talked about creating that bridge from the conscious into the inside, from the outer to the inner, we create a bridge by which we can live in the spiritual even while we're focused in the mind or other elements of this creation. And so by chanting that sacred name every day, over and over and over, we build that frequency. And the frequency we build is loving. And by holding our focus here at the seat of the soul, we are loving our soul. And we're opening to receive our soul's loving. And in that, we begin to receive God's loving. Because the soul is God. The soul is an element of God. It was created by God in God's own image. And it contains that element of God, that loving aspect of God that we all are as soul. And so as we wake up to our own soul and share our loving with our soul, and our soul begins to share our loving, its loving with us, we are experiencing a movement of the divine. That divine is the loving of God, loving God. And when you begin to experience that, that is an awakening moment in which you know the truth of who you really are. And in that truth is all that I would call ethic, of how to live your life in an ethical way in this world, as well as live in that full alignment with inside yourself from the seat of the soul up, in that flow of loving with God. This pathway is a very simple pathway. Sometimes we hear how too simple it is. It needs to have rules and regulations, rights and wrongs, whatever. But it doesn't have all that. It has a simple movement of awakening to the divine within you. Who are you? When I was very young and I was talking with the spiritual teachers on the inner level and being taught a great deal on the inner, one of the first things they asked me the three questions that we hear about in the world often. Who are you? Where are you going? And where did you come from? Actually, it's who are you, where did you come from, and where are you going? And I've often focused on just that first one. Who am I? Who am I in this moment? Who am I today? Who am I as I step forward out of this house to go into the world? I'm always looking to see, who am I right now? Am I the mind? Am I the body? Am I the emotions? Or am I the divine that I am? Am I the soul? Am I stepping forward as a soul, moving in this world, experiencing in this world, and taking that experience inward and upward to my soul to fulfill myself in a greater way? Or am I just walking around blindly in the world and bouncing into things and having these experiences and getting upset because this doesn't work for me? I hate this world. I don't like these people. I don't like this situation. Look and see how you're moving in your daily life. And look and see what it is that's leading you in that movement. If it's your mind, your emotions, your fears, your anxieties, your needs and your wants, that can be a pretty rough way to move through the day. But if it's ever your soul and that movement of loving between you and God, you can learn a great deal and you can experience a great deal and bring things to closure, so you just move free of it and go on. And not have the attachments to something that will drag around with you maybe for the rest of your life. The judgments, the anger, the frustration, the limitation. There's just so much that we carry around unconsciously, but yet it does get in our way and it does cause great disturbance. Wouldn't it be nice to just walk through the day, ever centered and loving, ever focused on God, and finding that peace within wherever you go with all situations? The meditation will do that. The sacred name will do that. And many of you have discovered that. And yes, the world still comes in, The mind still plays its game. The body still has its needs and wants. And that's just fine. Just don't let them become the primary. Always put God first. That's why I say God first and God only. The more we can begin to live that, the more we truly are living the life of a soul in this lower creation. And not a soul that is trapped here. Trapped by the mind, trapped by the body, trapped by our outer focus. The trap is always looking outside for the answer, looking outside for solution, looking outside for fulfillment. That's where the trap is. We want to learn to go within. And when you go within in a true way, we go to God. We wake up to God. We wake up into the loving. We find that peace. And now, looking inward and upward, we are free of this creation. Even while we're in it, even while we're in this body, we are free of this creation. That's how I've always wanted to live my life, and that's how I hope to have other people living their lives as well, and experiencing the truth of who they are in that freedom, that they are a soul in the world, but they are not a soul of the world. They are not trapped in it. They are not caught up in it. They are not putting it first. They're always putting God first. So look and see how you're moving through the day and where you're holding your focus. And begin to invite God into your day if you don't already. And the greatest invitation you can give is to do a meditation every day, focusing on that sacred name, whether it's the Hu or the Anahu, or the sacred unspoken name, and begin in that focus to wake up inside yourself, above the mind and all the elements of this creation, to know the truth of who you are as a divine, living, loving essence of God. For that's who you are. All right. Well, good. Thank you. And I guess we'll take a break for a little bit and then come back. Yep, and do question and answer.
Okay, so it's almost 3:30 here. Kelsie, how much time you gonna need? 30 or 40?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back around 4:05, 4 o'clock. So just be ready around then. We'll try to get started at 4. So you have a good just over half an hour, and we'll come back for Q&A. So enjoy your break, and on the break, we'll have the Anahu going, and they'll put up a slide that'll show our email address at info@island.org for those of you who would like to write in a question. So please do that on the break as well. And of course, you can do it even when we're in the Q&A as well. So, but you could get a head start now. Anything else? Are we good? All right. We'll see you guys in half an hour.
Thank you. All right. So we're back for the question and answer session. I'm looking forward to hearing what you all have to ask and what you have to say and share. So Kelsie will be reading the question and answers, or the questions.
No answers here.
Yes. You're not going to read the answers too? Come on.
Read your mind? Is that what you're asking me to do?
I feel, I sense Jim is saying,
Spirit. All right, I have to turn my monitor on.
so we're waiting for Kelsie to set some things up here for the,
Okay, so the monitor's on.
Yeah.
Sound good?
it's on.
Perfect.
Good.
We're recording. Okay.
Okay. Go. Ready.
Okay. I would very much appreciate your insight on a dream I had 2 nights ago. Thank you. I was an elderly person who was bedridden. The person who tended this person was not present, so I was helping. She needed a message, and I climbed in bed with her. We were both naked. It was very intimate, and I felt a great compassion for the woman. When I was done, she rolled out of bed and peed straight up in the air in a long, steady stream that reached halfway to the ceiling. Then she jumped up, and I could see she was completely renewed. She said she was giving away all her possessions and was going to move. There was a man there who quickly started gathering things up because he wanted everything. Even though the woman was rich, everything she had seemed old and undesirable. I noticed a small silver figurine of a dragon, and I asked the woman if I could have it, but she said that it was the one thing she wanted to keep. She offered other figurines, but I declined. There was nothing there that I wanted.
That's it?
Yes.
This is totally about whoever wrote this. It's about letting go, and the old lady is symbolic of that part of you that has grown old and tired, the part that's been attached to things in the world, the material, and getting into bed like that. And that nakedness is the innocence, and it also represents the more of the spiritual. That intimacy is the closeness that through the practice you've been doing with the loving, accepting, forgiving, the meditation, it has really spiritualized your consciousness now, that you're able to go into that old part of you that's been holding on to all the things in the material world and able to release that now. That's what the peeing is, and is really about the release, but it took place after, and it was about the elder care there where you got in bed, and it was all about the healing through the compassion with that. That's important to realize. That to me is symbolic of you, what you've been doing consciously, really practicing the teachings here as we've presented them like that. And these are literally the effects it has on our consciousness, that it has transformed and renewed that part of you. And the older woman in that way also represents the wisdom part, and that she's very wealthy represents the abundance of spirit, the richness of spirit, and that it is also about letting go of all the material things is a wonderful demonstration of really detachment and the fulfillment. It's just like this part of you that has lived in the world and has become old, that represents to me that all your life experiences now that you've had, you've really fulfilled, and you've become very rich from that. And to me, that's kind of like my sharing today of fulfilling all the learning. that was going on, and then once you're complete, it's done. So you let it go, and it's just complete. And to me, like the man coming in to take everything is just spirit coming in to now take all that which you're willing to let go of. And the one thing that the old lady wanted to keep, to me, is that sculpture or whatever it was symbolic, as a symbol of the spiritual thing, with the only thing of value that is really to keep, and that is the spirit. Because in truth, nothing in this world has any value. Nothing. The only thing that has any value is the spirit, because that is the only thing that is real. All of this stuff comes out of, as I shared today, our loving creativity. But once you remove the loving creativity, it dissolves back into the nothingness. So there's no value. The only value is the spiritual.
And it was a dragon.
Dragon, all the better. That's the pearl of great price. The dragon, that to me, if you know the story of the pearl of great price, why don't you share it? Talk about this a little bit, because you just do a nice job of that.
Well, the pearl of great price is about our search for our own soul. The pearl is the soul, and the dragon is that part of us that is ever searching in the world for that which we want, that we long for. And ultimately, it's about the pearl of great price, or the soul. And so the story is about the dragon ever chasing after this pearl, trying to catch it. And it's not until the dragon is in a place within itself where the soul can come present with it, or the dragon can catch the pearl, that the dragon then just has to chase and chase and chase until it all aligns and comes together. So it's a very, very interesting story. And the poem of the Pearl of the Great Price by, I think, the Apostle Thomas is a very good one to read.
Do you have anything more to say on the actual dream experience?
No, I think it's a very good storyline. I mean, it's saying that your soul longs now for this. I mean, your soul now longs to be brought in to your consciousness and to be made one. And it's time now for you to catch it, if you will. And we have to be the one who catches it. We're the dragon, and we have to catch it and bring it back inside of ourselves. So that's what I think is the dream is really all about happening.
Cool.
Last Sunday, I ended up meditating for over 2 hours, and this started off as usual for me, seeing a green light, which I think is healing.
Mm-hmm.
The green light then morphed into a purple light, followed by a blue light, and usually this is what I remember from my meditations. However, this time, after moving into the blue light, the 3 colors came back and started a kaleidoscope-type tunnel. Next thing, I was in a green field barefoot and started running through it. I knew I was running to get to my sister, and as I ran, nettles started appearing. More and more nettles. Is that what they're called? Nettles? Those pokey things?
Yeah, nettles.
More and more nettles kept growing, and as I was barefoot, I kept trying to jump them as I didn't want to be stung. I ran on and on until suddenly I landed in a pile of manure and slipped, falling back on my back. I know, right? Suddenly, the scene changed and I found myself being led into a prison, but in my mind I knew I was being taken in so my sister could be released. I was led to the female side of the prison and taken into a cell with everyone watching me. I knew they knew who I was because we looked so alike. I was taken into my cell and remember feeling absolutely petrified about what could happen to me. After a while, I looked out the door and there was no one around, so I decided to make a run for it. I started running through the many corridors like a maze, and in my mind I felt like I was running away from something and was screaming to myself, just turn around and face it. screaming that over and over, but I just could not turn around. During this time, I actually was trying to pull myself out of the meditation and open my eyes a few times, but I just closed again and went straight back into the scene. Eventually, I arrived at another large communal room, and it was full of male prisoners, and I suddenly stopped and thought, oh, shit. No matter what might have happened in the female side, it's nothing compared to what could happen here. Bang, scene changes again. Now I'm standing in a kitchen, which is an open plan kitchen, living, outdoor area, and it is our house, but not a house I recognize. We are hosting a party as the place is full of people. Next thing I notice that my husband keeps dragging in large wooden tables, chairs, and filling the inside up. Also, the place is getting more and more messy with empty plates, glasses, etc., and I'm trying to clean up, but I'm having to navigate my way around all the furniture, and I'm getting more peeved with my husband by the minute. Next thing, my 9-year-old son comes up to me crying as my 2 older sisters are teasing him. I turn round to them, and they are sitting at one of the many tables laughing, and I throw my hands up into the air and saying, oh yeah, surprise, surprise. It wasn't good enough for you to spend your life teasing me, but now you're going to have to pick on my child? Leave him to hell alone. And I suddenly opened my eyes and came out of the meditation. What can I say? Over to you to decipher that. And I look forward to hearing your insights when I listen to the recording tonight. Thank you again and sending all my love.
Very good.
You want me to start? Or
Yeah,
want to?
go ahead.
Just to summarize the whole thing, this is literally just about you moving through your karmas with your sisters, your siblings, period. That's it. There's a lot of detail there, obviously, and I'm going to cover a little bit of the symbolism. Like when you went into the prison cell, that one is about you going into your own consciousness where you are imprisoned through your belief systems, your thoughts, your feelings. And so even though you're going there for your sister is symbolic and represents some part of your consciousness that is caught up in prison. And by you going there is about you reclaiming that, or in other words, to bring that free out of that where you've been imprisoned through your own belief systems and thoughts and feelings again, or fears, in other words, or judgments. And then the female prison. So to me, that was covering the feminine polarity here in this creation of duality. And then you went into, I believe, bang, into the male. So that to me is covering the male polarity, which is obviously more aggressive, that could be more violent or whatever. So to me, that's great because that's covering both whatever that is inside of you that's been imprisoned in both polarities, the female and the male. So that's obviously a really good thing, to find your freedom out of the both polarities so you can come back to a place of neutrality to be able to rise out of all of that. And I'm trying to think if there's something more with the prisons.
She was running away from the female side, and
Yeah.
she kept hearing, turn around and face it.
Thank you. Well, why don't you cover it? Okay.
Well, it's saying
That's a good part
that
of it.
you know what you need to do to answer to all this energy, and that is just face your fears. Don't run away from them. Don't avoid them. Run towards them, if you will, or stop and look. Let them come at you, but don't react, and they'll just fall away. That's the best part of that dream to me,
Yeah.
is facing your fear. And it's telling you just face your fear. Don't avoid it. Don't run away from it. and you'll conquer it then. It'll be done, the situations will be answered, and it'll be much quieter inside because of that. That's very important.
Yeah. And you could say a similar thing even with your son being teased. Again, that's just symbolic of the sibling karma. But again, it's not even about the siblings or older sisters here. It's about whatever that is inside of you that has been in reaction, that has felt hurt by all of that. And your son just represents that part of you that's been picked on, teased, and hurt by all of that. The other part that's really good, obviously, is the beginning now when he talked about the green, the purple, and the blue. Because, yes, green is the healing energy. The purple light is the light of transformation that truly liberates the soul from all of its karmas and attachments here. And the blue light brings us into more of that soul and self-awareness that brings peace and freedom in all of that. So obviously the green, the blue, and the purple are obviously the perfect frequencies, and the kaleidoscope effect is, to me, is kind of the tunnel that you're moving through, and the dreams or the rest of this with the details of what's being transformed in your consciousness through those frequencies of spirit with those colors.
It was very good dream.
Yeah, powerful. That's the good stuff that happens doing this pathway.
And what about when she was running through the nettles, she landed in a pile of manure on her back?
Yes, of course. Well, that's exactly what you've been doing. That's literally running through the karmas of all the hurt and trying not to get hurt. Like, literally, that's what most of us do in this world. We're trying to make it through this world, you know, the race, the whatever it is, running through the world, and not, you know, trying not to get hurt, trying not to step on the things that would cause the pain like that. And this is a good symbolism, because if you run around trying to avoid pain, eventually you're going to land in a mess. And that's why it's key, the part Jim just shared about turning and facing your fears. When you turn and face your fears, that's how you, in a sense, clear the path of the nettles, as well as not land in the pile of manure or any of that, because that's created by avoiding and our reactions. It just literally piles up more and more. I remember the phrase, I know it's popular, but I don't know if it's popular everywhere, don't make a mountain out of a molehill. And that's kind of this case. Don't make a pile of manure out of a molehill, or in this case, a field of nettles. But that's what happens, when we're running through life trying to avoid the hurt. It's easier just to turn and face things, and in so doing, you literally fulfill a lot of the very things you're running from or trying to avoid, so you don't get hurt, or trying not to fall in a pile of manure like that. Better to just see what's in front of you, be very conscious of where you step, and have a shovel with you. And that's literally what we're doing here when we say the path of sound and light, the path of spirit, by doing the meditation with the sacred name, by practicing the LAF and taking responsibility for thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Those are the core foundational teachings of what we do, and if you do that, that's literally what it does. It begins to clear that pathway, but it's done by facing these things and handling them. God's not going to just take everything away from us. What God will do is assist us in clearing the path through it all, so that we can, again, we're here to learn and grow, so that we can learn and grow and fulfill that part of why we're here, but we can do it now in grace with God that brings the liberation, that brings the enlightenment, that brings the illumination through the fulfillment by addressing and facing all these things.
And do you want to say anything about the kitchen and all the people in the house and the tables and chairs, and she's trying to clean it up and she gets...
Kind of the same thing. I mean, first it was a celebration. To me, when I heard the celebration part, I'm saying, all right, a celebration because of what you've been through. And that was, to me, like celebrating a lot of the good work you've been doing. But then even in that, there's always something next. So to me, here's the something next, the cleanup part. So now we have to clean up even from celebrating. That's the wild thing. That's why on this pathway it's ever just keep your eyes on God. That's why we say God first and God only. And yes, it's nice to stop and celebrate and enjoy things in life, but also realize, don't get hung up on that, there's going to be the messes even from the celebration like that, if it's a celebration in the world, in the physical consciousness. In spirit, there's a celebration in a sense, but it's not in the way we would think, because it's not the celebration or party that we would do in the world. It's just more the joy, or like Jim used the word ecstasy earlier, of literally that merging back into spirit and the soul's reunion with God. Mm-hmm. That's a very different, it's not even really a celebration. It's hard to call that. But that does take place. There's a lot of details.
Yeah.
Did we get them all now?
It's a very good experience.
Yeah. But I'll go back to my initial summary. That was just walking through your karmas with whatever that is with the sisters that stirred up with you in your life. And you're doing it. You're walking through it. You're getting free. And the grace of the Holy Spirit is there with you, bringing you through it. That's what all the green, blue, purple lights were. So thank you. I mean, really, that was a really, really good one.
Very much.
Okay, dreams. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you so much for these opportunities to ask questions. It is so appreciated. I've had 2 dreams I would like to share. The first one, I'm in a big house with other people. I'm taking care of a little black girl. Her mom is no longer there, and she has bonded with me. I am then out walking with a group of black people, and a black woman takes the girl away from me, saying that she should be with her own kind and not me. I reluctantly let her go. There is racist undertones in the group, and I feel uncomfortable. I'm now back in the house again, and the woman walks in through the front door with the little girl. The little girl is incredibly distraught and is crying. She sees me, and when I bent down, she rushes up to me and hugs me tightly. The other woman tries several times to get her to let go, but the girl keeps pushing her away. I'm telling the woman to back off and that I'm not going to let her go. She is with me now, and that is that. I say it with great authority. The woman backs off and goes away. I know she is not going to claim her again. In the second dream...
No, can we just cover the first?
Yes.
Because that's very symbolic. Just so everybody knows, this has nothing to do with racism. The dark skin represents a part of the consciousness that, in a sense, that we have pushed down into the darkness. And that's a part of us, the inner child, that we suppress in this world as we grow up and learn to be adults in the way you're supposed to do things. So we learn to suppress that inner child to live more like the adult. So to me, that's your inner child that has been suppressed, that through the work you're doing now, she's being freed up. So she's coming forward, but the fact that she was still dark-skinned like that is letting you know that she's still waking up. And she's distraught, as you said. That's the waking up. When we're in the darkness, that's the feeling alone and separated, and that's where fear sets in. So that's what she's still in the process, but you're in the process of transforming that part of you. And the other group of blacks just represents that which is of the world that is living in that unknown or the darkness that's been suppressed. And that's always, the world's always going to try to claim us and keep us in the world. But when we're on the spiritual pathway of awakening and liberation, that's what we're doing. We're reclaiming all these parts of ourselves. So this is you reclaiming that inner child, that little girl inside of you. And literally you are willing to let her go back into the world so that, it's kind of like that which you let go of, it's meant to be, will return to you. And this is a great example of that. That the little girl, knowing her true mother, so to speak, that true source of loving was with you. That's the little girl now coming back and holding on, because now you're in the process and the stage in your journey of now beginning to embrace and to heal that inner child within yourself. And that's very powerful and a big part of this journey. That's why even you'll hear us reference like Jesus talking about to enter the kingdom of heaven, to become like little children. Well, those little children is the inner child inside of us. It has nothing to do truly with a child physically. It's about the inner child within all of us. So we have to reestablish, re-embrace, bring back to us that inner child, allow it to come forward in order to enter the kingdom of heaven. So this is a very powerful, really important experience, not just a dream, but actually a very direct experience in this dream of really beginning that process of reclaiming the inner child and in healing that through loving and bringing it back out of the world and back to yourself to now let it heal and turn to spirit. Anything else you would add?
No, that's very well put.
Okay.
Very well put.
In the second dream, I am in Jim's hotel room to leave a welcome card I have written to him.
See, this is the perfection why I wanted to cover the first, because then you'll see the progression now. We have to reclaim these parts within ourselves, the me, myself, and I. And then as we reclaim that through all the LAF and taking responsibility, all the things we teach, as you do that, then you free yourself enough to take the next step, which is more the greater spiritual that is beyond self. And this dream, just what you said already, I can tell that's the direction it's going. I just want to point that out because this is really good.
He is not there, and I fall asleep on his bed. Suddenly he is back, and I'm so embarrassed and I apologize profusely. He says it is fine and not to worry. Thank you for listening to this. Much love and gratitude also to Kelsie.
That is fantastic. That's perfect. What I was just saying, so continuing on what I was saying, in the reclaiming of that inner child and the healing now, what that does now is now you're coming back into your own wholeness. And as you do that, it frees your soul now to really begin the greater journey from here through the spiritual realms. And the spiritual teacher is the one that assists us on that, so we need to go to the spiritual teacher in order to really, like I shared, to get the keys, and then the spiritual teacher then will take us and guide us now on the journey home. So literally going to in hotel, when I hear hotels, not all the time, but a lot of the time, spiritually a hotel is what I call a house of God. And that's how I've seen it over and over in my own experiences and with many others over the years. So going to the hotel is going to the house of God and, of course, the spiritual teacher. And that's why you went there, is to now begin really in earnest the greater journey with the spiritual teacher. But that's what we're all doing. We're kind of doing these things simultaneously. Even once we've been initiated, we've obviously begun that journey with the spiritual teacher. And at the same time, we're doing all this inner work with the me, myself, and I, and healing the inner child and that inner transformation at the same time. But when we really do it, and how we know that it's actually effective, is having experiences like this, and then that other one of now coming to the spiritual teacher to take the next steps in that way. These are really nice dreams and so well laid out how it actually works, the spiritual process in it all.
Very much.
Anything more?
No, I think that lays it out very clearly.
It's exciting. These are really wonderful experiences
Yeah.
people are having. It's wonderful to hear all this for us.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsie, first of all, I would like to say thank you for all you have been doing for us. It gives more than I can understand.
That's a true statement. That's a good one. One day you will. And it does. It comes about, but believe me, it unfolds over years. And really, the reality is this is a lifelong journey and beyond this life. And so wonderful to hear a statement of truth like that. Good for you.
Then some questions. I had a frightening dream last night, and when I woke up from it...
Oh, wait. I've got an answer for that one. Remember when I started laughing with the story Jim shared about the VIP? And the little boy, when the principal asked him, tell me the truth, and all he said was, I want my mommy. I love that. That's perfect. That's literally the inner child, especially when, we know we're lying and we're not going to tell the truth. I want my mommy to protect me. And it applies to this dream. When we have these dreams and we're in fear, that's what it is. Well, what does a little child do when it has a nightmare? It calls out for mommy and daddy for that, literally that level of safety or protection or just feeling comforted in that way. And I laugh not because it's funny as an immature or a little child, that's in fear or scared, but I laugh because of the innocence. And that's what the inner child inside of all of us does when we call out to God. That's literally saying, I want my mommy, I want my daddy. And that's why that made me laugh, because it just reminds me of the innocence of that child within all of us calling out to God. And to me, that's just always cute and joyful. I know the process in this world isn't, but the real truth is it's like a little child calling out for mommy or daddy that the soul is doing with God. So please continue. I'm all amped up, obviously. This is really good. I'm sparked by these sharings. It's fun.
So I had a frightening dream last night, and when I woke up from it, I saw two very interesting things float above me. They were transparent, big like a rabbit, and their shape were like an amoeba, had some colorful things in them.
ETs? Aliens?
No, amoeba.
I felt fear a bit, but it is not unusual from me, and could come from the dream too. Unfortunately, I do not remember the dream. What would those be? Do I have to fear them? Can they hurt?
Nothing to fear.
Nothing to fear.
After continuing the sleep, I had another wake up time, and then I saw the shadows on the ceiling look like they became big icicles. Guess what? I felt fear again. But because I thought I was awake and it is impossible to have them in my warm room, I went back to sleep. What does this all mean?
In other words, you're beginning to face your fears, and you're beginning to realize that there's really nothing to be afraid of, that it's illusions, it's not real, or it's not significant. Like amoebas are nothing to be afraid of. They're little tiny things, and there's nothing to be afraid of. And so I think it's just trying to tell you, now all these things in your life that you have run away from, or you've let it run you out of fear, be not afraid anymore. And realize that it's all a part of the illusion of this world to try to keep you separated from God and separated from your truth.
And I just want to say it doesn't matter the form of the energy. It's just energy. I don't care if it looks like an amoeba, a bunny, or a devil and Satan himself. It's all energy. No matter what the energy is, no matter whether it stirs fear or joy, it's all energy. There's nothing to fear in any of it. And that is the key, because the power is always inside of us. The soul who we are, nothing can harm at all. And so the more you claim and acknowledge and come from the soul in yourself, that is a place of loving, and that loving will dissolve any fear or any belief systems one way or another. And then you can witness two things. One, if the energy came from you, it'll dissolve. If it is another energy that is not part of your conscious projection, then it's just something you're witnessing, and it cannot do anything or have any influence on you or over you because of where you're coming from. So if it's there, it's for you to look at and see again, what is it teaching you? What are you learning from it? And it can be and listen, this is a general lesson. What Jim just said is always the answer, regardless of the details. Just the fact, if you can face your fears, it's going to empower you. Period. That's it. The details, the lessons in that, well, that may come forward depending on the form or the shape, or if it speaks or whatever it stirs in you. That's where your own individual learning is in all of that. But regardless of what the details of the learning is, it's always facing your fears and empowering yourself rather than giving your power away to the fear. Always the key, no matter what.
Just like the icicles, all of a sudden you realized they're not real. They're not here. And so you could relax and just go back to sleep because of that fact. All of those things are a part of an illusion. They are not real. Fear is not real. So the way we face it is by facing it, it dissolves. And that's kind of what this dream is really showing you.
I have literally had out-of-body, in-body experiences where I've had energies, astral level, but trying to like push on the physical, that are so real and negative and evil that have been very frightening and literally trying to suppress me, like squash me, all kinds of stuff, very disturbing. But when you know who you really are as a child of God, you just look at it all and you go, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm having an experience and I know there's no harm that you can do to me. Well, boy, these energies will certainly try to stir the fear that they can harm us, but they can't. But that's the job of these energies, is that in the stirring of the fear, it gets us to pull back, which is good because we've been all out here looking. We need to pull back into the power of who we are as a soul. And that's how the fear, I learned, served me very well. And this is a key I hope you're hearing. For many years, I would get afraid, just like we all do. But over the years, I woke up and realized nothing can harm me. And as it always tried to, I realized over and over I'd pull back into my center and come back into myself because it was the only way I could go. Eventually, you'll realize there's no fight or flight. You can run and run and run all you want, but it's always going to be following you and eventually catch up to you. And if you fight it, it's always going to keep showing up to fight because that's the reaction. So eventually, when you can let go of the fight or flight and you realize the only direction to go is back into yourself. And as soon as you go back into yourself, all of a sudden you'll start to lift straight up towards God. But you first have to come back in. That's why even our meditations, we say go in and up, because that's how it works. You've got to come in out of the horizontal world where you've been focused, and then once you're in, then you can go up. The straight and narrow is up, vertical. So I like the symbol of the cross, no matter where you're here, come in and up. And that's just the key in all of it.
So she continues, in my life and in my meditation, I am doing the same old circles. Nothing really seems to be moving forward. Sometimes the inner feeling is different, though. I do feel the loving all day long, and people and animals respond to it, but otherwise nothing changes. I do struggle to stay in the loving when it comes back from God. It is so easy to share my loving to Him. Also in the outer world, I do want others, men, paying more attention to me, but they do not give that to me. It is an old pattern. I have been healing it the last 4 to 5 years consciously. How the hell can I let it go and just move forward and not give a damn about what others do or not do towards me? Yes, it is karma, but does it mean it will stay here during this lifetime? Can it be that, like, I have fulfilled the lesson, learned the karma, and it is still there?
Yes.
It easily brings my attention to the outer from my inner world, from God, which is more quiet, loving. My mind has a tendency not to let go of things. I'm tired of it. How can I break this pattern in me, this attachment of things, areas of my life? Thank you very much for your clarity, wisdom, and ongoing loving.
Well, your answer is right in the beginning when you said there are circles of things going on, but nothing is changing in the outer. Right there tells me you're looking to the outer, and it's never going to change because you're focused on the outer. It's literally that simple. I don't care if it's you wanting men's attention, your parents, your siblings, or your dog or cat. It doesn't matter. If you're focused on the outer, it's not going to let go. The only way anything lets go is if we stop looking to the outer to change or to feed us or to verify or validate us. You've just got to let go of that and just look to God over and over and over, and at some point it will. But if you keep looking to the outer, you go, okay, I'm doing God, I'm doing God, I'm doing God, but then you come back and then you look for the outer, well, guess what? You just re-enlivened it. The good news is, as an example of what I heard you share, if I'm remembering accurately, like the one around men, that you're not attracting or gaining that attention, and then in that, eventually, hopefully, you'll realize you don't want that kind of attention because that'll really just empower and magnetize more of that outer focus. That if you can really be in neutrality, that it doesn't matter if you get men's attention or not, is what everybody wants to move towards for liberation, because that's what it requires. So better to keep focusing in and up. Let the world be what it's going to be, but don't try to get anything from it. But yet at the same time, you're trying to get something from the world, but yet you just said you can't receive God's loving, or maybe just a little bit. There's where your focus should be, is opening to receive God's loving rather than trying to get loving from men in the world around you. That's probably cutting to the bottom line in all of that. Work on receiving God's loving, and then you won't look to get it from men.
That's right. That's really it. It's really all about, in this lifetime as an initiate, opening and receiving God's loving. The faster you can do that, the quicker you're going to find yourself inwardly growing, waking up, and moving forward into that which you want, really. The world has no answer. The world has no solution. The world has nothing to offer. But God has it all. The soul is everything. Keep looking to find that loving inside yourself. Keep looking to be in the loving with your soul, and the soul in loving with you, and the soul loving in God, and God loving your soul. And then you'll find the true happiness, the true fulfillment that you're still kind of looking for into the world to find. No person can ever give you anything that will fulfill you. It'll be all empty, it'll be void, and there'll just be nothing there, and you'll know it, and that leaves you empty and feeling like nothing. And it's not fun to be there. But if you have the love of God inside of you, you don't need the other. You don't need the outer. If it comes into your life, then that's fine. But you're not going to find it just looking for it the way you are.
Dream.
Okay.
Hello, Kelsie, Jim, and Brian.
I thought they said go dream.
I had a dream where 3 girls were sitting in a circle in a small glade. The glade was bordered by large, beautiful oak trees. The round glade was shaped like a shallow bowl, and the surface was covered with soft grass and moss. It was a sunny day, and we felt protected in our sheltered spot. We were playing a game where we thought for a while, then one at a time we cupped our hands together. After a bit, a silvery gray mist started to filter out. Then we would lift the top hand to review a new creature gradually taking form. Mine was a squirrel with calm eyes, a much redder coat and long tufts on the ears. One girl's hand held a deer with large, intelligent eyes, and the third girl held a salamander with a lovely, shiny skin decorated with dots and swirls. The new creatures didn't stay very long, but escaped into the grass and from there to the earth. I got the impression that we were learning to be creators by making small modifications to existing animals. I found this dream just a charming experience. Is there also a spiritual meaning? Could this have been a memory of my life before I was born? Thanks, for everything. Much loving.
Well, the place you find yourself in is really a place in more of your spiritual center within inside yourself. And the fact that you're learning about creativity and the movement of energy and manipulating that, if you will, is telling you that you're learning a lot about your inner self through the meditation, through your spiritual practice, and just through your daily life of experience. But you're learning and you're applying it. And that's the key. You're applying what you're learning to learn even more and to create even more that's in harmony with you rather than out of balance. So to me, that's a very significant dream. The three friends, was it 3 or 2? 3? So the 3 friends to me represents the body, mind, and spirit or soul. And those are the 3 friends that are there with you to learn all this together, and together you'll come into harmony and to oneness within yourself. And there'll be an inner peace and an inner play of creativity that will be very fulfilling for you. Anything else?
Yeah, just a couple little details that's not really necessary, but it might help in some way. That the silver energy often can represent the subconscious. So the spiritual actions of that creativity and flow, it has to come through the subconscious. And when you described a salamander, a squirrel, and a deer, to me that's also showing the evolving process of consciousness. From salamander to squirrel to deer, those are like climbing the ladder of evolution. So to me it's also showing the progression or representation of these different aspects, like you're saying in that way, but also that evolutionary process of our learning from a lower elemental type of place like a salamander and then on up from a squirrel to a deer, which to me shows the progression of learning through our creativity, like what you're just saying.
Yeah.
More dreams. Okay, hi Jim. I had a dream where I was sleeping and Spirit was about to pull a blanket from atop of me. And I was going to die in that moment and go high up. However, I said, I can't do that as long as my father is living. And it stopped. I also had a dream where my mom, who had passed, was lying in bed with another woman, and I was on the phone with my cousin. I was telling him that he was in competition with me. If he approached me in loving, he would get loving back. What do those dreams mean?
Okay. So say the first part again.
The first dream?
Yeah.
I had a dream where I was sleeping, and Spirit was about to pull a blanket from atop of me, and I was going to die in that moment and go high up. However, I said I can't do that as long as my Father is living, and it stopped.
So there it's Spirit's telling you, don't hold on to things in the world. The world's going to do what it can do, and it's up to you to let go and let the world do what it's going to do. And people are going to live and people are going to die according to the way that they've been living in the world most often, and not really from a spiritual place. And if there's a time for you to go spiritually, as it was showing you there that Spirit was lifting the blanket off, that to me means start paying more attention to what Spirit wants for you rather than what you want of the world. And don't put the world first. Put yourself and soul and liberation first. Second dream, say that one more time.
My mom, who has passed, was lying in a bed with another woman. And I was on the phone with my cousin. I was telling him that he was in competition with me. If he approached me in loving, he would get loving back.
And again, there is the key, and you know it. You're saying it because you know it to be true, that if you give love, you're going to receive love. And if you're in competition, then you're going to just get back whatever that is all about. So I would say it's just telling you, let yourself move into the loving as much as you can in all situations. And realize that your mother really represents a part of yourself that you're learning to love more than ever before. And that's a good part of you that needs the healing, needs the loving, and so that's a good sign that you're moving in that direction. Anything else?
Other than that, just say that obviously that's loving, dealing with the feminine aspect
Yeah.
and the mothering part.
Guardian angels. Dear Jim and Brian, when dogs die, do they go to heaven and become our guardian angels? When our dog died, he wrote us a letter and said he would protect us. Anna Hugh to you. I love you. Kelsie, we love you too. There's a bunch of cat emojis.
Actually, when animals die, such as a dog, they don't become an angel or a guardian angel or anything of that nature. They are a part of the evolution of cycles of life. And they are part, as an animal, they are a part of a group soul that is experiencing life together. And they work together, they move together, they experience together. And with an animal, when it begins to individualize, when it begins to be aware of itself as a separate self from the others, then it's beginning to move into a higher evolution. So when it becomes self-aware and not just group-aware, then it begins to have experience in a very different format in its existence. And now it's beginning to wake up at a different level. Animals live mostly from the emotional level, but they also have a mental capacity in that. Because in the astral and causal levels, we also have a mind level of each of those. And it's showing you that their mind now has grown enough to where they are now evolving into individualization. And if they've done that enough and had enough experience, the next life, and animals reincarnate again and again and again, just as we do, for their own experience. When they incarnate, they might be ready to incarnate into human form as an individual rather than in a group form in the animal kingdom. But they don't evolve, just like we do not evolve into angels. We do not evolve into anything other than who we really are as soul. And it's about the evolution and the growth and the movement of soul, not about other experiences in other realms, such as angels, archangels, guides, whatever. And so I hope that answers that. But it's good with the dog passing and you're aware of it, kind of guiding you and protecting you in that way. That's just the love that the animal had for you doing that, as you had the love for the animal, the dog.
I was just going to say the reason why it can feel like a guardian angel is because of the love Jim just said.
Yeah.
The love that we have for our pets and the love they have for us. It's that loving that makes us think of a guardian angel, because loving is that embrace of loving makes us feel protected and safe and supported, which is what a guardian angel basically is. So that's what loving does. So when we have that connection, with an animal, another person, whatever that is, it's that loving that we tap into and experience that's always going to feel like a guardian angel. And in a way it is, but it's not an actual angel. It's just loving itself that's actually doing that. And it just took, like the dog, to trigger that inside of us, to bring that present and remind us and open us to that.
That's good.
It's a great thing to see. We used to teach visualizations. Remember when you used to teach, like, to bring joy present, you used to visualize the first puppy you got?
Oh, yeah.
Blackie, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a nice way to use as a visualization if you ever feel down or sad or scared, to really visualize the dog, if that brings you a sense of joy or support or protection
Very
or just
much.
loving and compassion. It's a great visualization to do, just as a technique aside from the normal meditation we teach. I mean, we always say the meditation we teach is always the key thing, but sometimes the other little technique like this can be very helpful from time to time, depending on what we're trying to accomplish. That's cute.
And Anna Hugh to you. I like that.
I and you.
Yeah.
You and I. You.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
In my meditation today with Kelsie, when Kelsie said, "Give your love and your peace back to God," I also gave back all of my anger, and it was very visual, and I have that visualization often lately. I am like a dragon spitting out fire and sending it back to God, thinking, just take it back. Feels a little rude and rough to share my anger in this way with God, but lately that is what I share the most with God and with this visualization. I am now forwarding my email I sent you a few days ago.
Actually, this is very good. I always say, give everything up to God. Give everything up to God. And God will receive it all in loving. Everything is a beauty, is a gift, is a wonder, is appreciated by God. And so giving up your anger is like giving up love. To God, anything you give up is out of your loving to God. And God will assist you in loving to handle whatever that's all about. And really, you've got to sometimes give it up and let it be seen more at a distance rather than just inside of yourself, beating yourself up, to be able to handle it and understand it and move through it quicker. So that's good. I really would. I've done that myself. I can't say as a dragon, but have given up a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, a lot of complaining to God. I mean, God has listened to so many complaints from me, and it's all taken in loving, and then the answers come in eventually, if not right away.
That's a good expression of the Laugh Course 8 that we talked about the letter writing to practice when the letters that we talked about in the LAF part. And it's just giving that expression to write out whatever's really going on, the thoughts, the feelings, whatever it is, just to get it out, to give it expression is the healthiest thing to do, because then you let it go. And that's really the key in doing all this, is just that expression, just don't hold on to it. It's when we hold back our expression is where then it backs up in us, and then all the spitting the flames, that's what's going on inside of us. That's what causes all of our pain and disturbance and imbalances. So when we can give it expression, that's where we'll let it out, let it go now. That's real forgiveness. Forgiving. We're giving this up to God and letting it out of our consciousness so that it no longer creates the disturbance inside of us.
And you have to look and realize God already knows what's going on inside of us. You can't hide it. So why not just give it back to God? Just say, here, God, you handle this. I don't know what to do with it. That's what I always say. And I give it back to you. If there's a way for you to give it back to me and I know how to handle it, then I will. And if you can just take it and dissolve it and let it be gone, then that's fine too. And that's my preference.
Okay, so here's a meditation that she had. I was at Dunnick's house for meditation like we used to do with Doug, Anna, Mary, and a few others before COVID. And I came early at 5:30 p.m. to his house and was snacking on cereal Cheerios I had brought before meditation started. And I rarely ever eat that, and realized Dunnick had only cereals to eat at his house also, but many different kinds of cereals in different varieties and in plastic bags with clips.
Wait, was this a dream or actually describing the outer?
It's a meditation experience.
Okay.
So they were in plastic bags with clips already half eaten, and so I could see the different kinds to choose from. I thought that it was so weird that it's Dunnick's new food nowadays, as I know he doesn't eat that, and he offered me to choose some cereals, but I thought, no, thank you, as I would rather stick to the ones I brought, as I wasn't sure about eating his cereals for my health. Then I went into meditation at Dunnick's house in the experience. But I was actually meditating alone in my house in reality. And that day we were about 14 people, but I only knew Dunnick and a girl named Christian from my Christian church before. The whole meditation was a little stressful, as it was all about getting an exact number of 12 apostles and who was in and who was out. No one had no idea, just like myself, for myself if I were in or out. I do not understand in or out. In that meditation, we needed 12 apostles, otherwise nothing would work out to go all together all at once. And wherever we were going, but someplace very different, very important, but without 12, we will not be able to go at all. The whole meditation was about needing to be 12, at least to leave this life altogether as a group of 12, and if there were less than 12, it wouldn't work. We couldn't tell ourselves who qualified to be one apostle, able to go or not. At the end of this weird meditation, Christian's face, the one I knew from church before, showed up and smiled, and I looked at her and thought, I am sure she would not be able to go, so one less, and the meditation was over. Seems like a science fiction movie to me, even though I don't watch those movies.
Well, it's very interesting. The 12 is very significant. there's the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 apostles. The 12 in this case represents 12 components of ourself that we have to fulfill. We have to bring together as a whole and in awareness. And in order to, in a sense, be liberated, those 12 parts of ourselves have to be recognized and fulfilled in some way. So these represent certain aspects of ourselves, just as they are the aspects of God that dwell within us that are looking for awareness, expression, and fulfillment within ourselves as a whole, which makes the soul complete. And so you can't add and you can't to take away from and have less than. So you can't have more or less. It's these 12 components that represent the wholeness of ourselves. So that's a very significant dream. And I think if anything, it's telling you, don't eat of other people's food. Don't eat of other people's belief systems, but only eat that which is your truth, your food that nurtures you and takes care of you. So the first part with the cereals and not eating of Donek's other cereals, but only your own, is very significant. You're learning that you've just got to hold on to that which is your truth, which works for you and nurtures you. And then these other components of the 12 is telling you now you're beginning to be aware of these components of yourself that you are bringing together in the oneness. Because we don't have to struggle and go, okay, well, this is this is that, this is this, and try to figure out how to balance it all out. When we meditate and we're holding our attention on loving God and loving our soul, and the soul loving us and God loving us, then we automatically see these components coming together as one. And I think it's telling you you're becoming aware of this movement of the 12 becoming one, and the others you just have to let go of that aren't a part of that. And oftentimes we carry with us certain thoughts, different patterns, even old karmas that really are not a part of us anymore, that we need to let go of, but we think they're still a part of us, so we drag them around. And this is telling you that now it's time to just let go of those things and just be in the wholeness of that's developing. I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wondering also why sometimes the sound of the bell as a form of music breaks the pattern of my peaceful, immense sound and seems like a wake-up call pulling me out of my peaceful sound temporarily, and then the music stops and I'm back into the sound.
The bell is the sound of the soul. And so when you begin to hear the bell, it means that you are moving more in towards the soul of yourself. And that call of the soul is the sound of a bell ringing. You know, the statement of "for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee," that's the soul calling you home. So enjoy the toll, because when you hear that bell, you want to follow that sound. That sound will take you on up towards the soul realm and union with your own soul if you'll just follow it. So if you're hearing that, follow the bell. Don't ignore it. Don't look for something else. The others is a component that's lifting you up to that place where you can hear that bell ringing. So let that support you to get there, but when you hear the bell, go towards the bell.
Aloha, Jim and Brian.
Oh, they must be from England.
Right? It's really big and bold. And purple hearts.
Hola.
Hola. Since Kelsey's class last week, maybe something clicked or shifted or just moved in a way that has made things easier. She talked about having the soul being the one doing the loving and forgiving, and focusing with that in mind seems to have helped me get my mind out of the way. And it brought to my attention, and this is what I'm asking about, that I've been and to a painful degree still am so identified with the mind that in attempting to be the one doing the loving and forgiving, it has seemed impossible. That there was a built-in idea that I meant my mind, and the experience of loving and forgiving seemed elusive and not available to choose into. And lately, allowing my soul to be the one loving and forgiving, in a sense, it feels like I'm not the one doing it at all. Which is where I get the idea I'm that heavily identified with my mind. But it's nice that it's happening and makes all the difference. And I hope it continues on this way. Am I understanding this?
Yes, very much.
Why does my troublesome thinking feel like it happens in my head, where the seat of the soul is, and my heart, where the mind is, feels more loving when I can feel it?
Say that again?
Why does my troublesome thinking feel like it happens in my head,
Because it is.
That's because that's where the mind is at.
where the seat of the soul is?
Yeah, but the seat of the soul is above
It's
the
above
mind.
that.
It's above the mind, and that's the trick. We have to let go of the mind to go up and enter into the soul. And yet the mind is right there standing in the way, trying to say, no, no place to go, just stay here.
So
See,
then,
it's literally when we say the eyebrows, because if you've noticed, I've been shutting my eyes a lot during Q&A. A lot of that happens when I feel a lot of the energy karmically dealing with the weight of it. It literally makes me want to close my eyes. It's a sleepiness, yes, but it's actually a pressure pushing down. And there's a line that's literally right about here, just actually a tiny bit above the eyebrow there. And that's where the mind is. And that mind is this pressure pushing down, literally making me want to physically sleep or at least relax. And that's what it does. The mind literally makes us fall asleep, the soul spiritually. So that area right there, it's that close. You literally step right up there. So literally go up 1 inch or 1.5 inches, whatever it is. If you can go from right this line and then right up here, that's where the seat of the soul is. It's so close, it's easy to confuse it. But even this whole day, I feel all the pressure down below, starting right here, but right up here, and my whole head is just open and free and just peaceful and easy. And that's how it is. So we have to learn to go above that. And for me, I'm a feeler. That's why I describe it this way. So if you pay attention, which is a good exercise for yourself, so you learn the difference here, so that it's not just an understanding with the information we give. But one of the things I would say for you, because you are very mental in this way, that you pay more attention to the energy movement. You're going to have a better idea. That's why I'm trying to describe it the way I am. And I remember one of the things I even commented on to Kelsie after the class and her sharing was that I really liked how she talked about, do you remember your exact words? You talked about, and I commented to you, saying that's really nice how you talked about go with the energy, or somehow let the energy.
you were saying I was describing the hue and the anahue and the sacred name and the frequency, to go with the frequency of it rather than the actual words,
Exactly.
the consonants, the vowels of it.
There you go. So if you heard what Kelsie just said, you want to let go of just the mentalizing of things and go with that frequency of what that is. That's the key here, especially if you're more mental like that. That is the best way I could describe to really do it. That's what I've done. because I, in the beginning, want to get all the words just right, pronounce them right, do them right, do whatever. And it worked to a degree because it will. Those names are charged. They'll bring in the Holy Spirit. Even if you're just mentalizing, it's still going to bring in the Holy Spirit. But eventually, as that Holy Spirit comes in, it'll help the mind to relax and open up so you can go more at the frequency rather than the mentalizing of the names. You still want to repeat the names and the Hu and Ana Hu, and even when you just do the LAF, however it is, but you really want to go with the frequency of that, the feeling, the seeing, the hearing of it, more so than just the mental construct of the words or names. That's probably one of the best ways I could describe it, and like that.
Okay. So this person says, "In my heart, where the mind is, feels more loving when I can feel it."
Mm-hmm.
So.
Of course, whatever you're describing as a heart, I don't care where it is, but truly the spiritual heart is above the mind there, so that's where you'll feel it. You can really feel loving anywhere. It's just letting it in, and it can be anywhere. It's just you want to know where the source of it is and the point of origin, and that's why we talk about the seat of the soul as that point of origin for the physical level.
I feel like as far as the classroom of life, I'm at a remedial level, special education.
We all are. This is very special education that we're doing here.
Very special needs.
We all are here. Boy, is that true.
And this person says, not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
Though I guess it's my ego that feels like there is.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, just don't let the ego run with it. You know, keep bringing yourself back up to center, back up to loving, and you'll win.
Hello, Jim and Brian. I had a memorable dream, and I'd appreciate your interpretation. 2 days ago, I dreamt I was visiting a close friend in Hawaii, where she now lives. She's a Buddhist midwife and helped home birth my youngest son almost 45 years ago. We've been very close in spirit for many years. We've been very close friends in spirit for many years. I was delighted to be with her in her gorgeous surroundings for such a long time. We laughed, were peaceful, and enjoyed our time together. She had an array of books about the desert or desert? Which one has one S?
Desert.
Desert.
Okay.
Yeah.
She had thank you. She had an array of books about the desert and gave me the shell of an animal she was studying. It surprised me she was studying the desert and its animals, as she so loves the islands and the water. I also found myself flying over her property on my own, not in a plane, about 30 feet high, and seeing everything from a higher perspective. She said, "Isn't your marriage better now with John?" I told her we weren't together anymore. She smiled and nodded. During my visit, she took me down a long, empty corridor hallway with windows that ended in a dead end. Seems it had a pile of soft, stuffed animals there. I wondered in the dream as to the meaning of such a corridor. I so loved having the visit with my good friend and felt the dream was very important. I have not spoken with her in a few years. I realized this morning that today is her birthday. Thank you. I love you both so much and appreciate your guidance in light, sound, and loving.
For me, I would interpret it that this woman represents someone who's not initiated and who's very caught up in the world, very much a part of the world. And you're looking at all that is her and what she's caught up in, and it's a symbol of yourself, that if you weren't initiated, this is how you would be. You would be looking at the desert. And this world is a desert. It is void. It's empty. There's nothing here. It's almost lifeless, even though it seems like it's opposite of that. It's a desert in comparison to what is true in spirit. And so it's showing you, even going down that dead end corridor, so to speak, that's life in this world. It's a dead end. It doesn't go anywhere. But you're looking at it from a higher perspective and seeing it for whatever it is, but realizing inside yourself that you're much more than this, and that otherwise you wouldn't be flying above this place to see it. So it's looking at it and realizing, oh my God, I'm a soul. I'm on my path of liberation. I understand the realms and all of that much more, and I'm moving through all that and getting liberated, not stuck in the world.
It is very, I mean, we speak even of the lady representing the Buddhists, because a lot of that will take you to the top of the mind, but that's a dead end. But it teaches some wonderful principles like, the way to non-suffering and detachment. To me, the desert could also represent the detachment and the dead end, like Jim said, of the mind, but the stuffed animals, to me, that can be symbolic of comfort and non-suffering. And that's where there's some very peaceful, wonderful energies, but it can only take you up to the top of the mind. So the fact that you are flying above that is saying to me that you're really lifting above the mind now, and what that represents in the world, as Jim was just sharing. So it's getting free, and that lady obviously is symbolic of that in your consciousness, so that you're beginning to rise above that now. It's a big step, a really wonderful one.
Thank you for the wonderful meditation and sharings. You are truly blessings. I had a dream this morning that I was in my apartment with moderate low lighting with my dad, and he seemed unsure, like he wanted me to guide him, but he made me uncomfortable, and I did not like that he was in my space. He was holding my detachable pull-up bar and lifted it because he thought you were supposed to lift it like a weight. He was making fun of me because it's very light, and also asking if he was right. I took it and was going to put it up to show him it was a pull-up bar, but I was a little nervous because my pull-ups are rusty. He was impressed when he realized what it was for. I realized it wouldn't work because my dad had taken pieces off of it. I asked him why he did that, and he said he didn't know. Then I didn't have a shirt on, and I felt too exposed, so I went to find a shirt, but my clothes were in a big, confusing pile in a darker area of my apartment, and I was stressed out because nothing seemed like the right choice. Then my dad and I were standing waist deep in an indoor swimming pool, which was well lit, watching 3 young girls learn to swim. They were struggling, and my dad was judging them, and I felt ashamed for them. One of them was very large, and even when she fell in the water, the water was still very shallow for her. Then the 3 of them were going off the edge of the pool into the deeper water, and they were supporting each other and managing to swim together pretty well. The large girl was in the middle, and she was leading and supporting the other 2 on the other side of her. Even when she had been struggling earlier, she didn't get discouraged. By the way, I love your Hawaiian shirts, and Kelsie, I love your cool pants. Loving and gratitude.
Well, I mean, obviously this is the voice of your father you've picked up and taken on as the belief, the inner critic, you could call it. And so, again, I want to just say, whenever we have dreams or experiences, like there's been a lot sharing today around all this, that any of these, when they come forward at any time, it's really saying that it's really coming up in our consciousness so that we can really learn, fulfill, and release it. And that's the good news. So I would say that whatever that judgmental, critical part is that you may have learned or taken on from your father that has been running in you your whole life, basically, that's coming up now for you to look at so that you can really now make the choice to let it go. And that's really key in all this. That way, it's really, literally is just a choice. But unless we know what's running in us, those things just usually keep running unconsciously unless God just lifts it out of God's grace. But again, those things that don't get lifted are the lessons for us to learn from. And that's really the biggest key here. And to me, the girls, again, can be kind of like what Jim was sharing before, like 3 different aspects of the self.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's what the mind of the world, I don't care if it's who it comes from, but the mind of the world is going to always have that judgment and criticism to try to keep it entrapped and suppressed and caught up in the world. So this is really there just to look at and to love, accept, and forgive, to just be able to be free from it and let go of any judgments, around it in any way.
Yeah.
Was there something else at the end there? What was the last part again?
I was worried you were going to ask. I just filed it. Give me 1 sec. Like the whole last paragraph, or just the very, very end? About her dad and her were waist deep in the indoor swimming pool, and that's when they were watching the 3 girls.
What is after that?
Okay. The larger girl was in the middle, and she was leading and supporting the other 2 on either side of her. Even when she had been struggling earlier, she didn't get discouraged.
Is there more?
That was the end. They were swimming pretty well together.
Yeah, well, any of that, though, really together is just showing that the inner work you're doing is like the last one, literally, when you're talking about they're starting to work in harmony, and that any discouragement or setbacks from those judgments, you've not allowed yourself to get held back with.
I think I know what you were looking for. The part where she didn't have her shirt on and she felt embarrassed?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But that's another one we can talk to that just, again, represents innocent, nothing to hide, just being who you are and feeling the way you did with that is saying that because of the presence of the judgment and criticism, and that's like guilt and shame. That's what judgment does. And so we just try to protect ourselves. That's what the looking for the shirt is trying to protect yourself from that judgment and criticism. So that's just symbolic to me of what that is. And, just like all the parts always are symbolic of something. But ultimately, it's always, what do we do with that? And that's why I was saying what I said earlier. Anything you else have to add?
No, that's very good.
Oh, here's little Miss Amma, the kitty cat.
Hi, Kelsie, Jim, and Brian. Thank you for the guided meditation and talk today. The talk seemed to reflect a vision and message I got during the meditation. I got the message, pay attention, multiple times. Then I had a vision of being in space with its head tilted back, mouth slightly open and smiling.
What?
Sorry, then I had a vision of a being
Oh,
in
okay.
space with its head tilted back, mouth slightly open and smiling. Its body had beams of light coming out of it. The body was deconstructed along these beams of golden light into its own cells. Looking closely at these cells coming from the being, they are actually human beings, including me. Even closer, each human being is also emitting light and expanding to many cells, with every cell having its own consciousness. Thank you for your interpretation. Do you want me to read it again? That was a lot.
Yeah, I'll read it again.
No, all right, I'm going to just be really honest here. One, it's really nice because I hear somebody trying to, in a sense, embrace the sharing today about that manifestation of creativity from spirit through the levels. That's what I hear in the sharing here. The other thing I want to say, and I should probably leave it at that, but the other thing I want to say is that when I hear somebody say they're visioning, just be careful, because that's often the imagination just trying to create something. And that's not what we're trying to do here. The creative imagination is a powerful, wonderful thing, and it serves us very well. But on the spiritual pathway, if you're just trying to vision things we talk about, that's not serving you. So just be aware of that. And I'm not one to say which this experience is, because I don't really know. It's just that could be very well a true inner experience, or it could have just been the imagination trying to vision something that was spoken about. And I say that because I just want people to know that it's important to pay attention so that you begin to discover and understand and know what's a real movement of spirit and what's just the creative imagination within ourselves just trying to create something so we feel spiritual. So pay attention to that. I don't know which it is for whoever wrote this. I'm not saying it's one or the other. It's clear to me just to put out the information I am right now, just so that you pay attention, and in that paying attention, you will really learn the difference so that it serves you in your journey either way, no matter what that is.
And it sounds like you're looking at your oneness in it all, that you're part of the whole and you're one in the whole is what the envisioning is. I don't know. I'd love to know if that was a dream, a meditation, or just an envisioning.
It said the talk seemed to reflect a vision and message I got during the meditation.
Okay. So it's just, it's a part of herself becoming aware that she's part of a greater whole and is a part of one. She's one of part of all. And just start to relax into the oneness more, and stop struggling being, the individual trying to do it all. That's how I would interpret it.
Yeah, because it's actually a really nice experience and description like that.
Hello, Jim, Brian, and Kelsie. Recently, I have been thinking about the pattern of a physical karma that I have had for several years. Last night, I was talking to God about it, and before bedtime, chose a talk by Jim from 2004. This talk focused on physical karma and talked about how a karma is sometimes completed, but we don't let it go at times related to belief. This particular issue of mine did disappear for about a week in the past and then came back. So after listening to this talk, I found myself, and came back. So after listening to this talk, I found myself wanting some more understanding about why we don't let go of karma. Also, physical karma may be intensified by fear or emotional issues or definitely beliefs. Are these emotions and beliefs part of the karma, or are they related to why the karma is not dropped when it is ready to go? Thank you for clarifying.
Well, one, they're part of the karma because that's where the lessons are. What we think, what we feel, our attitude, our reactions, our actions, they're all a part of the karmic lesson that whatever this is about is attached to. The key for it is sometimes we complete the karma, but it's so subtle or on inner levels that the completion takes place that we're not fully conscious of it. And when something is healed and let go of, and we do not know why or why it's left or what it's there for, and all, we'll draw it back to ourselves thinking that that's what we deserve or that's what I'm used to and I need it around now. And there's a lot of reasons why we'll draw it back to ourselves. And it's just a matter of really letting go of it and realize if it's gone, it's gone, and I'll go on from there and learn what's next. I don't know how else to say it than that. Does that?
One of the things I've learned to do over the years is don't be so concerned whether you're done with the karma or not. Just keep moving forward, regardless.
That's good.
I've asked so many questions like this one in years past, and all I found myself doing was mentalizing over and over and over. And I realized that was getting in my way of just moving forward. So this is one of those things where I just say, let it be more of a process of observation and awareness rather than trying to figure out or do anything with it. When you know the tools that we teach, and in that order, meditation, LAF, taking responsibility, and you practice and really do those, it's all going to unfold. You're going to get free. You're going to get liberated, guaranteed. Just stay focused on that. That's a way to make God first and God only. And in so doing, it's just going to happen. And most of the way karmas work is the peeling of the onion. Because as you peel each layer, it makes you cry. And then you peel another layer, cry a little more, and then another, and you end up crying a lot. But each time, you literally are peeling another layer of the whole onion. All it takes is one thought, and that one thought can begin to gain energy, as the talk today of loving creativity, and then that begins to take on emotions, and then all the visuals and the imagination. So there's a lot of layers and a lot of things going on from one karmic seed. So as we do this pathway, there's karmas on every level, the physical expression, the astral expression, the causal, the mental. So we're working through all those levels. So you may have let go of something, say on a physical level, but now it's running in your imagination all the time, driving you crazy, trying to get rid of it. You're so sick of it. And then you keep working at it, doing all the exercises we do, the letter writing one that's been powerful lately. And then we move, and it's like, okay, but yet there's things lingering. We still have feelings around it. We still think about it from time to time. So then you do a little more with it. And little by little, you move through that. Or you go and do and get involved in certain physical things that stir it and trigger it. But in your participation, it's helping to move the energy so it's not just recycling within yourself. So it's called, yes, pay attention, but learn from all that you're paying attention to. Because a lot of times, I found myself, and I know other people over the years, that they don't want to create more karma, so they will avoid the situations they need to go experience to learn the lessons. Don't do that either. Go have the experiences, whatever you need. Let that energy move. Find a way to give it expression, whether it's inner processes or even outer ones. The movement of that energy is what's important, so you don't suppress yourself. but you express yourself. And that's a lot of the key I found. So just be aware there's so many layers to all these things, but what's important really overall is your continuous movement, expression, and learning in it all. That's where the fulfillment's going to come. And keep giving it all up to God all the time. And eventually it will be done, whether that's your last breath or right in this moment. It doesn't matter. Don't concern yourself anymore when a karma is going to be done or not. Just do what's there to do in the moment. That's really all we can do anyway, no matter how we feel or what we think about it. That I just, in a way, almost have to laugh inside of myself because that questioning is what I did so much of. I probably drove you crazy. Drove you crazy in the 90s when I asked all those. Oh my God! See, there you go. I'm guilty too. That's what I'm saying. So don't ever feel bad about this stuff, but just realize at some point we all have to start giving up even these questions, or I really should say questioning process. Even though it's questioning us, it's really about we're always questioning ourselves. In other words, it's kind of disempowering because we're not trusting or believing in ourselves and God in the process. And that's disempowering. Rather, just trust it's all going to be okay. Trust God has a plan. Trust yourself that you are truly on your way home to God and fulfilling everything about yourself, for God, in your whole life. You start having that type of an approach, your life's going to be so much better. If anything, you'll have some more inner peace, at the very least. And maybe not crying as much each time you peel a layer of the onion.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll be able to take one of those big butcher knives and just hack the onion right to the core. Who knows? Get the old machete out. The sword of truth with the Gordian knot. Does that answer it?
Dearest Brian and Jim, Brian, your talk was amazing.
Thank you.
Need to listen
I'll
to
have to
that.
give the credit to God, though. I got to admit, it was wonderful being in that flow today. Oh. Anyway, go ahead.
Need to listen to that over and over again. It explains everything as to how to work the physical for the experience and completion.
Awesome.
New experience during your sharing.
Good.
Parts of you kept disappearing. Mostly the top of your head. Also, instead of listening with mind, I was feeling your words vibrate me with their essence. Is the best words I have to describe it.
That's a good description of what I was trying to say earlier about when I said the way Kelsie described last week in the LAF course. Going more for the energy rather than the words. It's a great description. The essence of it.
Insights. While Jim talked, similar feeling, and it was like his face would disappear. Eyes would go, and then mouth. Insights. Love your sharing and got at a deeper level the hue and the Anai hue. I think that is why when my whole world was changing a month or two ago, I just kept listening over and over and over, only to the Anai hue. It was bridging my soul or spirit with all the change and newness coming forward, inwards and physically. It's that accurate.
Yes, that's very accurate, and it's wonderful to hear that's what you did with the hues so much. And to me, the confirmation of that is what you just described with gems in my faces and all. When that happens, it's because we're allowing our vision to shift to the spiritual vision. And so when things kind of, I like to say, white out or fade out, or we see colors or transfigurations, whatever that is, and however it happens, because it happens in many different ways, that's because we literally have let go of enough of our looking physically with our two eyes and just allow that to relax so our attention moves into the spiritual eye of the soul, that we're truly now looking spiritually. And in so doing, the physical literally can sometimes disappear and all we see is the light. Where other times you'll see the two overlaying, where you can see the spiritual, but you'll still see the physical too, and the spiritual, in a sense, overlaying that, and all kinds of things. That's really clairvoyance, but not in the way psychically of past, present, future, and all that, but rather literally just clairvoyance as in seeing clearly from the spirit, or seeing the spiritual from the eye of the soul. It's wonderful. I used to do that as an exercise all the time. I'd always not only do that with myself in the mirror, but every time I'd listen to Jim talk, and I still try to do it now, but it's just different at a side angle, where I'll just get very quiet, like an open-eyed meditation, and just watch, and they'll just start seeing, allow my vision to move to the spiritual, and just start seeing that white light or purple or transfigurations, and just that deep inner peace that comes with doing this. That's why I love the classes. It's literally like an open-eyed, or I shut my eyes quite a bit actually too, and just let that wash over me and just enjoy being in the frequency. So that itself is a confirmation, what you just shared, that you're allowing now to unfold, to open up inside of you, and that is always going to create transformation. And again, the transformation is really internally. At times, definitely, there can be external changes. But that's not the goal. That's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to create any change out here. It's really, we're not even trying to create an inner change for that matter. All we're trying to do is really wake up to the soul. But as we do, these are some of the things that'll happen along the way by shifting our vision, having the awarenesses and the insights, having greater joy and peace and loving, getting greater freedom. Our physical life sometimes can change huge ways, all kinds of things. It doesn't even matter what it is. What matters is that you're allowing yourself to make God first and God only, and just keep doing that, and just allow all the other to unfold and enjoy the ride. Oh my God, I've always loved the ride. Especially my first few years in the 90s, I was moving even physically all over the place. I moved, God, like once every year, probably for many years, and all the time, just part of the change and transformation inside, and the next experience, whatever that is. And eventually it came more and more inside, but it was still all inside anyway. And it's just called enjoy the inner and whatever the outer reflection is, and just let it be what it is. But that is fun. That transformation is what it's all about. That's why I get all enthused like I am right now, because I still remember very well how that was for me, and it was just such a joy. That's where life was an adventure, and a fun adventure to participate in.
Okay.
You see where God takes you, inwardly and outwardly, because it's really just all going to be about going home to God anyway.
So she keeps writing. I was thinking of what I would say as to why I resigned when talking to New Perspective work. All that kept coming to me was that my school and I weren't going in the same direction, not the right direction for where my soul is going. I needed to focus on where my soul was guiding me. I wouldn't say those exact words in the world, in process. Part of me kept wanting to defend, justify, prove my side, and then I just let go of having to do that. No need to explain.
Yep,
Such a new experience for me. I don't need to justify my life. I kept hearing inside, don't look back, like Lot told his wife. How you don't look back is to LAF. You have given me that key. It's all about loving. But until I get there, I have forgiveness and acceptance.
Good for you. Seriously, that's great to hear.
What Ilam teaches has nothing to do with this world and everything. I am understanding and living that more each day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your loving initiate.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful letter. Wonderful. That's fantastic. Keep going with it. I know changes can be scary because that basic self part of us that is, about survival and everything, and Alma's just fine. Nothing. So, it's understandable. That part of us always going to have some level of fear or basic self-survival. But the more we can focus on the spiritual, the more peace and calm we'll have. And eventually we realize we do get that soul guidance to whatever is next that'll also embrace and help take care of even that basic self and survival in this world. But making it about Spirit and God first is always the key to all of it, and let it unfold. There's always a next step, no matter how scared we are, or we think how bad it is, or how good it is for that matter. It's just giving ourselves the freedom and allowing ourselves to just go ahead and move forward. And that's one of the best things to hear about not having to justify yourself. Good for you. Better to just let it go and move on. Oh my God, so much better. You're gonna free yourself and liberate yourself just doing that, and life's gonna be easier and definitely more of a joyful process and embracing what's next. Pretty awesome.
Meditation experience. Hi all. Yesterday I had a meditation experience that I was meditating outside in a garage under a house. I felt a little vulnerable because I was outside and I was concerned my cat would run away. She was staying close and turned into a cat I had years ago. I saw a projection in the wall above the meditation chair up to the right. It was of a group of circles in circles of stars, and it exploded into the starry sky. There was a woman narrating the film, and she said, "You are more than you know." The day before during my meditation, I floated up out of my chair. I was excited because I haven't done that in a while. I wanted to get past the ceiling. I heard you have to leave the body to go higher. I rose up saying, I am surrounded by God's grace and love. Any thoughts on these experiences would be appreciated. Thanks always for your love and support. Much loving.
That's awesome.
No.
I love that.
Go ahead.
I don't even really know what to say other than this is fantastic what you're writing and experiencing. To me, just really right there towards the end when you said floating up out of the chair and all that, that says it right there and towards the ceiling. That's letting you know now you're really rising above the physical consciousness. And the ceiling is just another illusioned barrier. At some point, you'll go, okay, there's no true limitations or barriers, and you'll fly right through the ceiling. Because that's what it is. Any house, the garage, the house, the different rooms, they're all symbolic of our consciousness here. And when you are outside like that, feeling vulnerable, to me it's saying, one, you're outside of your physical body. Even sometimes the spiritual eye is referred to a door or window, but it can also be like a garage door in opening things up. And that's great because that's letting you know you're opening up spiritually so that you really are outside, which is meaning you're leaving the physical body and going out. Just like you said, the starry night sky. Well, that's the first stage because as soon as you leave the body, there's the astral level, and now you're opening up to that. It doesn't mean you're at the astral level, and I want to make that clear, especially if you're an initiator, you've been around for years, don't think you're being held back. It's just you're going to have whatever experiences whenever you do, and I say that because people take this information and judge themselves that way. We hear that too often. It's now you're becoming more awake to the inner journey and what is experienced, and If anything, take what I'm saying now, however long you've been here, it doesn't matter. What matters is those are real experiences you just described. That's the biggest thing. When you have the real thing, we know it. That's real. That I would go with. And just enjoy it. Because you could be all the way in the soul realm and have no conscious memory or recollection of any of the inner experiences. And maybe now you're starting to have that conscious awareness of the spiritual experiences. It doesn't matter when or how, it's just as it does happen, we're here to help support that and confirm it for you. And just be grateful and enjoy the awakening process through whatever experiences you have, good or bad, a lot or a little, doesn't matter, just enjoy it. You're right on track. It's exciting when it happens. Do you have anything else?
No, that's very well put.
Gratitude. Hi, Kelsie, Jim, and Brian. I just want to say a joyful thank you to each of you for all the sharing today. I had some questions after the talks and once again came back to the simplicity of this path. I am so filled with gratitude for you, my soul, and this path. Much loving.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful too. And I got to admit, it's just where it's really joyful for me. I mean, this has been over 32 years now that I've been on this pathway and initiated for 30 years of that now. And all the thousands of experiences I've had, in body, out of body, all of it, and just life in general, and to hear everybody writing in with their inner experiences, out-of-body experiences, dream experiences, all of that, even the worldly ones, just, I don't know, it's like it's re-enlivening it for me, because that's where you see me get enthusiastic, because I just remember how much enthusiasm and joy that I had and have on the spiritual journey. To me, it brought even my physical life alive. That just because I was just so all about life on every level, that this is a journey of God and awakening to God and knowing God, and it just brought such a liveliness to me. That's why even in the physical, I used to go out and drive in the car and just drive out in the country and whatever and say, okay, God, you're driving, and just intuitively drive around as a journey. And I realized that was a physical level of what I'm doing inside in my meditations when my body's just laying in bed and, eye visors on, earplugs in, and just doing the inner work. And that's the same thing. It's like, okay, God, you're driving. And, when I'd have those experiences and God would lift me out of the body and literally drive my soul around to different places through the different spiritual regions and kingdoms. It was just amazing. And that's what I still live for today. It's not quite as dynamic as in the discovery process for me that it used to be, because once you kind of reach certain destinations, you now know what they are. So there's not quite the adventure of discovering and having new experiences, because that was always so fun for me. I've always enjoyed that. So it's not like that anymore for me, but that's part of why I get so excited when I hear others describe that for themselves, because it reminds me of the joy of the adventure and what an adventure and an amazing journey it is. And I just always get sparked. I hope I still get sparked that much when I'm in my 80s or 90s and sharing the same thing here, because it really is just been the most joyful, wonderful, and just the most amazing journey. I know in the first many years I didn't travel much, because I always thought, why do I want to travel? I just want to put my body in a bed, meditate, get out of body, and travel spiritually, because that was way more fantastic than any trip I could do physically. And that's what I did for a lot of years. So
That's good.
is that the last one, or is there more?
Well, there's two more, but they're repeat people, so it's, only if there's extra time kind
Well,
of thing.
we're kind of right at our cutoff time, but if they're shorter or if they're,
Let me check.
yeah, just take a look.
What's short?
We've covered a lot today.
I know.
Very good stuff.
Do you want me to do them? There's 2 of them.
Yeah. And then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. I frequently have a dream before these sessions, and last night was not an exception. What was unusual in this dream was the presence of an individual from my childhood that was a member of my church, but that I really did not have a close relationship with. He was the father of one of the girls in the church who was a bit younger than me. In my childhood, I had thought this family kind of had it all, and I was one of the have-nots. In this dream, I was a medical practitioner, and he had come to my office for an appointment. I was sharing the office with someone and was running behind on time. I knocked on the door and opened it, and the woman there was rather rude and was not quite done with talking to a child she was helping. So I left and came back in just a bit. I seemed to be in a good mood and didn't let this bother me. The man then described to me that he had observed a bad car accident involving several cars, and it had made him very upset and anxious. During the time we were talking, his wife came up, who was not actually his wife in real life, to show me some pictures as to what this man was really like. Then a small girl, whom was his daughter, came to sit on my lap, and I was thinking how much better it would be if I could talk to him alone and find out what was really going on. I was hesitant to prescribe him a specific type of anti-anxiety medication. He was very concerned and upset, and I could tell this just by looking on his face. The dream ended at this point, or I just woke up.
You want me to? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
To me, that's a lot about what you just described back in childhood, the haves and have-nots, that you're healing that. Since you were the medical practitioner and working with what you judged as a have, and all that went with that the anxiety that was created by witnessing the crash, because that's just part of life that goes there. So to me, this is about really you just healing that part and the inner child. To me, that's the inner child or his daughter as well, or that other little girl with the lady preceding as well, about, in a sense, the harshness or rudeness that life can present and how our inner child can respond or react to that. And so to me, this is about you as the physician healing now whatever that hurt was as a little girl, as a little child like that, both through the feminine and the masculine aspects in this regard. And so as you heal that part that you looked at as the haves and yourself as a have-not now, to me, you're healing whatever the anxiety that's created in you and the split between the male and female and also that have and have-nots. And that's wonderful. Again, to me, this is another really nice dream of showing the effects that take place and how we can truly heal and transform those things within ourselves through the meditation and the LAF. And that, unless you have anything more to add.
No, that's very well put. That's very good.
Okay, a new one just came in, so it's a really beautiful acknowledgement. It's
Okay.
not really a question, so I'm going to do this one, and then everybody stay tuned for one more, please.
Okay.
I thought I just heard Brian say the inner child isn't really of this world. Maybe I heard wrong. There is the loving, enthusiastic child inside me now, but when I started working on my inner child through psychology about 30 years ago, I thought all of them were created out of separation. At some sharing recently, a woman was sharing about all her inner children and how many there were. When I started my work on myself, I was driving on a moped and
So
stopped at a
I'm going to
light.
pause just for a second because I want to share something just maybe for a little more clarity, and then we'll come back to this. So you've heard us in the past talks. Let me clarify. So we have God, the Creator. God created the soul, thus. So the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So we have the Trinity, okay? So God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. You could say, like, God is the male, the Holy Spirit's the female, and the soul is the child, daughter or son, doesn't matter. That's the symbolism of the inner selves. So we have the higher self that is often looked at as that way. Then we have the conscious self and the basic self. The inner child that I call the basic self here is also the me, myself, and I. That basic self often relates to more the physical and astral and the emotional components like the animal nature. Little children that don't have the mind developed and all the belief systems are animals that are so unconditional because they're physically, emotionally based. Then we go into the conscious self and the high self. So the conscious self deals more with the lower mind, and then the high self dealing more with the higher mind. So the me, myself, and I are all a reflection of those components in our physical consciousness. So that inner child is dealing with just the physical. But that inner child is a reflection of the child of God. So as we learn to go inside of ourselves and work with me, myself, and I and bring them all in alignment and heal the inner child in ourselves, that hurt inner child in us is what blocks our connection to God. First, the child of God. To enter the kingdom of heaven, become like little children. So we've got to go become like little children. In other words, we've got to heal the inner child on this level of the three selves. That inner child here is the doorway into the soul, the child of God, then now that can now return back home to God. So as we, through your psychology, are working with healing and aligning all this, you go into that basic self, inner child, it begins to bring harmony, healing, love, and support. Now in that inner child opens up, and in that is the communication channel directly with the soul takes place. The soul has its karmas and is learning its lessons through the three selves, the me, myself, and I here. So as we do that now, through that inner child, opens the doors to the soul. So now the soul is freer and more awake to begin as the child of God now, who we really are, because the soul embraces all of this. But then as we tap more into the soul of who we are as a child, now is freer to now go the real spiritual journey back to its Father, Mother, God, its Creator, through the Holy Spirit. I hope that's making sense. So we have God, the Holy Spirit, the soul, and then the I, myself, and me. Okay? So macro, micro. The LEF, the blue, pink light, all that works with the micro to wake up to the Christ that we are. That gives us the LEF, and it brings the inner freedom, spiritually frees us up to now truly come more present and awake to the soul that we are. Now through the purple light and the white light can now truly begin the greater journey as the child of God back to the Creator. Would you like to add anything to that, or is that hopefully clear?
No, that's very clear.
Okay? I know it can be confusing, but I hope this helped clarify a lot of that, because
Yeah.
I know it has been for me over many years and all that. And it's all important. That's why in here we talk about the purple and the blue, or now the blue and the pink, so we have the male and female aspects, which I like because that's really what we're dealing with here. That is, you work with that and do the inner work. And yes, it is more psychology, but it is spiritualized psychology because we do it with that grace of the Holy Spirit present. That's what makes the difference. So you put that together with the purple light, the sacred name, the liberating action for the soul. We've got the whole package here. That's what's so wonderful about this.
That was awesome. So, in addition to that, she's saying, when I started my work on myself, I was driving on a moped and stopped at a light. I saw what appeared as pretty much an infinite number of children in all directions, male, female, and various ages. A third initiate told me she had a similar experience. Is this an initiate thing? At that Q&A, I really saw how similar the human experience is for all of us. Thanks for any insight.
It's exactly the same for all of us. The only difference is how we perceive it, how each of us looks unique. But the actual process is the same. We're all human, but we all look different. We all have a different personality, different unique expression, but yet we're all human. So it's all the same. It's not just an initiate thing. It's a God thing. It is an everybody thing. The initiate part of it is because when you're an initiate, you are consciously choosing and walking the spiritual pathway to awaken to God. So as an initiate, as you really consciously walk this path, you're going to become more aware of what's going on across the board. So all those children you saw can be all the basic selves of every human in this world, or just a little small microcosm of it, which again is just reflective and symbolic of the children of God on a higher level. Okay?
Very good.
And we will close with this.
And I will say, just to finish it up, the children here in the world that is a reflection of the child of God can appear very much the same. Because even on the soul realm, in that first stage where we're individualized, we can literally appear like we do here. Okay? As you go higher, it sheds all those forms and becomes just pure light. But as that pure light starts to take on form, as it's individualized out of the ocean of loving from God, and it begins to take on its own, in a sense, individualized expression of God, just like each of us is in that way, that's where we can see literally the soul in that lower part of the soul realm even appear much like what we see ourselves as a child here. You got to realize it's formless, but in soul it can take on any form, because it is not restricted in any way, shape, or form. But we'll only see it that way because that's what our consciousness relates to, this life, this body. Ultimately, none of that matters. I'm just saying, as you're on this journey, as you witness these things, that's why I said the children you saw more than likely were all the basic selves, the inner child on this level, but that can also be witnessed in the beginning of the soul realm on that level. That can look similar. Don't worry about which one it is. Just be grateful to have the experience and know that you're waking up and witnessing these things. And that itself is enough, and that itself is an awakening process that's really what it's about anyway and going to serve you on every single level. Okay, now I'm ready for that last part.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my love and gratitude to members of this wonderful community. To my dearest brother for appearing at my side, gently taking me by the hand and leading me to this completely unknown pathway during a period of utter turmoil and darkness in my life. For guiding to this light of hope, loving, and complete acceptance. For staying my constant companion and to go from gentle persuasion to intense finger wagging and lecturing when I most needed. I love you dearly. To Kelsie for your gentleness, compassion, openness, and honesty. For your tears of loving and support. I have valued every word of advice you have given me. Your wonderful classes and powerful meditation guidance have just been truly a gift. To Jim and Brian, I have found this journey extremely difficult and challenging, wanting to almost throw the towel in at times. But I have hung in. Sometimes it has felt like it's literally by my fingertips. I have been through so much, but I'd have never been able to feel like I've broken through all of this if it hadn't been for you both and this community. Thank you both for just being who you are, for your words of guidance and support. This has been truly such a time of transformation. And finally, to all of you in the Europe community, for your acceptance of me. Words of encouragement, and to all the wonderful classes we have on a weekly basis. I have never been so busy with laugh classes, sharings, group meditations, etc., as I have been this past few months. It's truly wonderful. A huge thank you to Lynn for, well, just being the most wonderful friend I've never had the opportunity to meet. But hopefully that will change. And also to Nana for all you do for us here to keep us busy. I am forever grateful for you all and ready to face whatever comes next. Much loving to all.
Amen.
That's beautiful. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
That's
I
community.
really, seriously,
Yeah.
just saying the words thank you is definitely not enough, for real. I'm literally speechless.
Well, I think
It
that
says it all.
even the emotion that Kelsie felt with all that is, the deeper truth of it. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Wow, all right. Now that's a great note to
Yeah.
finish the day on. So
yes.
thank
Well,
you,
thank you all
everybody.
very much. Yeah, it was wonderful sharings and very, very profound, all of them. You all are moving, waking up, and really becoming spiritually aware. And it's just exciting to me to witness that in all of our communities. So thank you.
And I'm grateful. I know we go a little after 6, but to be able to actually get to all the questions like that is wonderful because I know it's not going to always be that way.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice in that way right now to be able to do that. And I just love the opportunity we all have and truly the community. I mean, we're worldwide and it's just wonderful to be able to literally sit right here in a living room and talk to everybody. Maybe we can't see you right now, but you can see us. So, and it's just nice to be able to, do what we do, not only with our monthly broadcast, but all of the programs, obviously, and especially each community. It's just, each community is wonderful and unique to itself, and it really is wonderful to have people like Nana and Lynn in Europe, handling and spearheading that, and Stephen in the Midwest, and Kelsie kind of in Hawaii, and more here as well, and Jim and I just kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
So, wow.
So thank you all for joining us tonight or today. And I look forward to next month and whatever else comes with retreats and everything else.
Yeah. I almost feel like, wow, this has been a really wonderful year, and it's just halfway through April is all.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, my gosh, we'll see you next month, right back here, same station, same channel, WGOD, as well as have fun all the month with all the other programs and classes in every community. We love you all, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye. Much love.
Or hello.